Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome in. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome back to StarCraft Arcade, where today we're going to be jumping into some Keystone, mostly because it's a good game. It's a very good game. If you like combat card games, are a great time all around. So I want to say welcome one and welcome all. Thank you guys for stopping by so early, as we are just getting started here. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's jump right into it, shall we? So as usual, I'm going to start out with one direct strike, because I'm a big fan of direct strike. Also gives me an opportunity to hang out with you guys while everyone's still coming in and following the links from all that social media. So how are you guys doing tonight? This afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. I'm gonna say hello there, Fireball, Jacob, Wyatt, Julian, Heavy Weapons Guy, Jonathan Wisnowski, Firestorm, welcome, welcome, and Kurt, hello there, Kurt, how you doing today? I do like direct strike. It's a game of memorization. Once you've memorized things, you don't have to process things anymore. I can spend the entire time reading chat, mostly. Spend all the time with you guys. It's a good time. I like it. Makes me happy. Hello there, Duke William First. Welcome in. I have had the Descent OST stuck in my brain for some time now, and I'm very okay with this. Well, I'm glad you enjoy Shadow Trip. You know, that's one thing we do very, very well. Oh, hello. If it isn't this character. Now let's go ahead and slap this guy here. And here. And oh, we don't get this tier 1 anymore. Never mind. Forgot that's been removed. No cheese for me today. Not anymore. Alright. We'll go non-cheesy route as we have Zeus 231 coming in and rejoining the incursion. Congratulations, friend. You gained access to all those beautiful emotes on the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. But I suspect you knew that already. Coming in with that 2-year badge, getting the flaming insignias. It's beautiful. Yeah, the banana man. Could I ever do Zerg Hex again? Not if I can help it. I did reply to your comment on the video. Given the option, I would prefer not to. Like, Zerg Hex is a fine game, it's just one that I'm not super into. I put it under the category, like most deception games, that kind of defeats the purpose of playing them if you're playing them on stream. Though, unlike default deception games, Zerg Hex is just an exercise in getting ganked, which is not a fun experience at all. Hey, there's the Brock. Thank you, Zeus, coming in with that support. Arcade stuff this evening? Yes. I was very, very tempted to, very, very tempted to, do some Dark Tide, but I think I need to hold off on Dark Tide for a while. I was playing some more just Dark Tide grinding off stream, but that's always a good time. No, this isn't done in time. You haven't caught up on the live stream. Have you died yet? Spoilers? I can't answer that question. That's illegal. Am I going to try a TF2? The one I have 1,000 hours in, or the other one I have 1,000 hours in? Actually, one of them I have 2,000 hours in. Which is, one of the options. I didn't die. Sadness. Zeus coming in with the support. First dono of the stream. Indeed, first dono of the stream, taking that top spot. Thank you for that support. Can we get some love in chat for Zeus 231 kicking it off with a little extra excitement? At the spoiler alert for O and I have not allowed any creatures to die. Not done any save scum either. But I suppose that's not a surprise for those watching my playthrough. It's I have a nasty habit of being extraordinarily prepared for things. I've ended up ensuring that nothing gets in the way of progress at all. Star Sector Discord released the upcoming changelog for the next update. A couple minutes before we're live. Really? Well, I'm not in the Discord. Is it something that you can post into my Discord so I can find it easy, or is it just flat text on their Discord? So I would have to join to see it. Because I am interested, but I'm not particularly keen on adding to the Discord list of things. Wanted? I do desire to know. Good game is good. Because, so, what I may end up doing, if it's already got an update planned, what I may end up doing is holding off and doing the pirate playthrough until that update comes through. And then whenever next Relin gets updated, I just go straight to pirate next Relin. Which sounds like a good idea to me. That sounds like a great idea to me. As hello there. Jack, you live! Hello, hello. Coming in and rejoining the incursion. Congratulations, you've regained access to all the beautiful emotes here on the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. Welcome back to the party. 20 months. Coming up on that 2-year mark pretty soon. Very soon. You think I ever might turn into a sellout YouTuber in the years to come? Oh, honey. Discord needs to do a better job as folders and stuff. I don't have a problem with Discord folders. For me, it's about the amount of notifications and such I get. It's like, even if I have everything muted, it's just impossible for me to have everything muted that I want muted while having things unmuted in a way that makes sense. Like, I want to know specifically when there are major updates to things. Like some kind of RSS feed. But that's not what Discord usually does. It's, you get pinged whenever the owner of the Discord wants to ping you. So I have to leave pings enabled to get things like announcements. But if I leave it enabled to get things like announcements, they start announcing things like, hey guys, we're going to do a community event to try to get some more life into the game. I'm like, I don't care. I want to know when the next update is. And so you can't have it both ways. It's like, as long as Discord is designed such that the owner of the server can ping everyone as whenever they want, which makes sense, then I don't have an interest in it. Well, randos use that, everyone. Well, that much I can disable. Or at least, let me rephrase. That much any Discord owner with any sense of reason will disable that. But outside of that, it's painful. So, yikes. It's not an ideal situation. Your favorite thing is you got pinged and you don't know where from. They did kind of fix that with the whole single place to see your list of pings, like the notification tray, or the notification buttons, which is nice, except for the bit where it doesn't clear notifications. I still have to actively click on the notification and have it scroll me all the way down to wherever the notification came from, and then have to click mark as read, which really defeats the goal behind it, at least in my opinion. Like, if I can't just read the message there and then leave it there and not have to scroll all the way down into whatever the depths it came from, then I'm just not interested in the thing. Like, what I'll do is I'll use it. Like, I'll wake up in the morning, have 7 pings on something, scroll through it, because I'm in a lot of Discords, keeping track of a lot of different games and whatnot. Scroll through, like, alright, anything important? No? Alright. Move on. But then I still have to go manually to each and every Discord that had a ping, and click mark as read on it. Which is like, can't I just open the notification bar, see that I had the notification, read the message there, and be done with it? Alright, Travis, good luck out there. Thank you for the support. Your puns will be missed. What do you call a werewolf that streams on YouTube? A like and subscribe. Hey, that's a good. I've never heard that one before, and that I'm gonna remember that one. That's a good one. Thank you, Travis, coming in with the best kind of puns. Good luck out there, man. Have a nice day. I'll be live for a fair few hours, but I suspect you knew that already. You got it off a friend's Facebook post? Oh, jeez. Well, for once, Facebook actually being a joy, spreading some joy to the world. It's beautiful. Begrudging clap. That's my feelings right now. That is my feelings exactly. You moderate a couple servers and you are Discords and you hate doing the add everyone pings. Yeah, it's not great. So if you guys notice on my streams, I don't do add everyone, I do add here, which makes it a little bit easier for people to manage, because if you aren't interested in pings, you can actually disable that one a lot easier than an add everyone. Like, you could just, click away from the announcements page and just leave it off there, and then you aren't gonna get pinged by things. Mind you, I'm not sure that's a good idea, because I'm fairly certain most people don't know how that works, and so you just... most people just aren't getting it and don't understand why. I assume, based on the reactions I see, but I still think it is the better fit. Like, and by a lot. God, this poor Rainer is getting bullied. You think it'd be nice to have reaction roll notifications, but a lot of people have been too obtuse for that. Yeah. I considered it, having the reaction rolls, but that also runs a bit counter to what I'm trying to do. As much as the @ here doesn't get everyone, it gets a lot more people than rolls do. Like, if I just put... Like, if I try to do a new game and say, hey guys, we're doing a new game for role we don't have for... yeah, that's not against my interests as a creator. Most of the time. So I gotta be careful with that. That design is sadly designed that it's optimal. Design that caters to human sensibilities rarely interact. Oh god, it hurts me so much just to hear that, but it's true. Well, hello there. Zeus 231 coming in with the support. The nuclear launch. Actual units. That's a good question. It's gotta be something Tychus related, right? Like, probably like Sirius. Just because it's fun and unique and interesting. It's probably something like that. Along those lines. It's so strange. Fighting 3 waves. I mean, to be fair, he was fighting 3 waves. But even when he was alone, he was getting dumpstered. But my wave was meant to break him. He was strangely partial to the anti-armor Hellion because it's the only light anti-armor in the game. Yeah, that one's up there as well. Similarly with Deimos Vikings, just because it's an interesting creature. But, man. We get some love in chat for Zeus coming in with the... Oh, this dropped off the top page, okay. Some love for Zeus coming in with the support, taking that top spot of the stream so far, likely to hold that position for quite some time. Personally, your favorite is the Haka Impalers. The Haka Impalers are fun. They're fun. I gotta give it to you there. Deimos Vikings are very flappy birds. Up and down they go. Seriously, the Viking is probably my favorite. Like, as a concept, is probably my favorite unit. Like, overall. Like, I'm partial to Goliaths. Because I like StarCraft. But Vikings, I think, overall are my favorite unit. Just thematically. I would say Wraiths, but Wraiths are kind of boring. They're very generalist. They shoot up, they shoot down, they go pew pew. The Vikings have miniguns. And rockets. You really like the strats you can use with them? Fly overhead, land, teleport behind the front line to get tanks. Yeah, the Deimos Vikings are a little powered, to say the least. And Predators are funny, though they're hard to make good. The Predators, they're just like very specifically, and they're like Zerglings that are meant to be Zerglings. Alright. Fractal Softworks forums. We have changes. Not yet released, but in development patch notes. They added new story missions. We saw that one coming. Added major events system. Keeps track of events of progress from newer player actions and otherwise. Added hostile activity, major events. Handles various hostile fleets in systems of colonies. Multiple causes for hostile activity, use of AI cores, presence of pirate base nearby, so forth so on. If hostile activity is unchecked, colonies suffer penalty and eventually major negative outcome of some sort. Okay. So there's actually an entire new, something like a stability added to... It's a stability-like mechanic added to colonies, it looks like. At least that's what it reads to me. It's how I'm interpreting this verbiage. Where it increases based on the measure of general hostile forces in the system and causes stability penalties if unchecked. Well, hello there. As we have James Ross coming in with the nuclear launch.
Nuclear launch detected.
Nuclear launch detected. Tactical launch detected. Thank you, James Ross, coming in with that support. I still love that 2-year badge. It's so pretty. Give us a love in chat for James Ross, taking that top spot for donations for now. GGG fan, the saga the Predators have gone through. I can only imagine. I haven't seen his content specifically regarding Predators, but the Predators are not... They're very specifically good versus Zerglings and, like, Marines. You can kind of sort of, like, they're okay versus Zilla. Everything else, they just suffer. They suffer quite a lot. They suffer quite hard. I wish Rainer Vikings got the mech bonus. That would be so... That would probably make them overwhelmingly powerful. As is, they're overwhelmingly powerful. Like, I don't think they need a buff. Although it would be nice. just for consistency's sake. For the record, do you think the icon change to be non-conforming to a circle is a genius idea? I like it. I like it a lot. In terms of the Discord, I need to think of a way of animating it, because as it is, the animated logo is very nice that we have, and I don't have an animated version of the new triangle, so I need to work on that. So that's something I need to fix, which is kind of the major problem I have, as I don't have ideas as how to do them. I'm not a creative individual, which makes me sad. I'm working on that. That's a skill I'm working on. It's a work in progress, you know. But anyway, Star Sector notes. Added hyperspace topography major events. Various player actions improve their knowledge of hyperspace, unlocking new bonuses. Slipstream detection around colonies, much more efficient slipstream travel, and increased speed in hyperspace. Oh, sweet Jesus. Added planet killer and hostile activity related mission. Oh god, I want to know. Factions now generally have capital ships unique to them. Okay. More well-defined field to factions fleets overall that's actually probably quite nice. I'm sure Next Railin messes that up incredibly quickly. Specific weapons are now reliably found in faction-specific markets and black markets. For example, the new directed energy missiles can be found on Persia and the colonies. Oh, sweet Jesus. Tri-Attack is about to become much, much more popular. You love how they say added planet killer and then cease to elaborate? Yeah, I want to know. I'm okay with them not elaborating, because it's patch notes. They don't have to elaborate and explain the new mechanic. They just have to say, we added this mechanic. Go play the game to find out. Alright, so I've been testing out a control deck, which I'm super into control decks, just like as a general theme. Let's see, added missions tag to analyze entity. Certain high-end bounties no longer be repeatable by abandoning the mission prior to attacking the target. Okay. Way stations now pull in a small quantity of volatiles and transmute. Oh, that's so nice. That's such a nice change. That's like quality of life right there. Hello there, Mimi. Welcome to Lurk. What game are we talking about? Star Sector. Because Star Sector is cool. But we're gonna held off here. So this is Hearthstone and StarCraft with a mix of direct strike. I'm playing what is ostensibly a control style deck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a resource. This is my basic mana. Mana in this game is a little bit more complicated. Instead of having just one mana type, we have two, specifically minerals and Vespene. I can choose which one to gain every round. It works just like Hearthstone, where every round you gain maximum cap to your expendable resources. In this case, I've gone up to 1 mineral and 1 gas. I'm going to go up to 1 mineral and 2 gas, so I can cast this card. This card is Shadow Walk. It's a draw card. Lets me draw another card, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to play this card and immediately draw another card. It's beautiful. Getting my card draw at the beginning. Love to see it. Next, this is the combat phase. So instead of a game like Hearthstone, where I get to choose which cards attack what, it plays much more like Direct Strike, where I choose which cards to play, and the units do the unit thing of running across the field and attacking everything in sight. The objective is to destroy the enemy's Keystone. That's this thing right here, big, thick, chunky. This is their face. We don't tend to directly attack their face. Our face this turn is angry. You can see it shot down all the creatures attacking it. This is there is a card we can use which makes it angry, so it slaps all nearby enemies. But that's not one that I played. That's something my teammates played, because this is a 3v3. Alright, so let me go ahead and upgrade here. And playing control deck, don't have anything really to do right now, so we're just gonna hold off. They're not doing anything particularly threatening, and I don't have to spend a card, so I'm going to not spend cards. Not that I have the mana to spend the cards, but that will change quite quickly. In fact, let's go ahead and take this. So I'm going to send 7 Dark Templar and 2 Stalkers. See how this works out. Is this my Vorazun deck? No, it is not. Although it does have some stealth cards in it. And so that's the state of the game. And just like Hearthstone, units that spawn here have to wait one turn because they are asleep for their first turn. So all these guys that I just spawned, all 7 Dark Templar and 2 Stalkers, will not move out this turn. Now this creates an interesting scenario because I have to basically predict what they're going to do. Now unfortunately, it looks like the enemy has spawned 2 Ravens, which will reduce my ability to have the Dark Templar's ability to function. What I'm going to do right now is I am actually going to increase Vespian Gas and cast Solar Ray, because they have a quite big beefy creature back here. This creature is a passive, it gives a passive buff to their entire force for so long as it's alive, and I want it gone. And this spell here, this card here, it destroys a single large unit on the enemy team. Alright, so they did have detection, but they also have a heroic ghost which casts EMP upon all my units. So even if I got rid of these Ravens, they still would have taken out my Dark Templar. So that's just basic StarCraft stuff. So what I'm going to do this time is cast Deadly Sabotage, which sends 1 Lurker and 1 Dark Templar. They spawn inside the highest value enemy structure, destroying it. So there is a high value structure here. This one sends 1 Wraith each phase. So each turn it sends 1 Wraith for free that we have to deal with. I don't want to deal with that, so I'm going to kill it using this one, and it's going to conveniently spawn a Dark Templar and a Lurker, which will immediately devastate that line of Marines, which is just great. And the Dark Templar is going to chill out over here in their spawn area, in their staging area is more accurate. Units that are set for defense will stay here, as opposed to units set to offense, which will attack us. Oh, I don't have to worry too much about those. Let me go ahead and cast Blades of Incursus, which sends 2 Dark Templars, 2 Stalkers, and 5 Zealots. That will send more units for the enemy to deal with. Obviously, the Dark Templar will inevitably clear everything on the field unless they have detection. They did get detection here in the form of a Science Vessel, which will detect my Lurker. It is detecting my Lurker. Fortunately, they don't have anything to kill off my Lurker, but here I can cast Insidious Spy, which removes 1 detection from the enemy field. 1 enemy detector from the field. So that's going to... They only have 1 detector right now, so it's going to remove this guy. I'm also going to cast Heretical Scholars, which sends 2 High Templar. High Templar are basic units which cast Psionic Storm when they are attacked. This also has an effect where it draws 1 spell card, so I will get this card replaced with a spell. I'm also going to cast... I'm not going to cast anything else. The spell I got was Chrono Boost. Now, notice how this guy is disabled. It is sabotaged. It's permanently disabled, so this Lurker no longer visible. So it will sit here, killing SCVs and doing generally whatever it wants. It's already up to 17 kills and counting. Beautiful. Love to see it. I'm going to go ahead and cast Chrono Boost here, which will add... It will draw a card and add a Crystallized Energy card to my hand, which is just good. It's a nice card draw, so I have 6 out of 8 in my hand, so this will fill me up completely to 8 out of 8. And I think I don't want to cast anything else here, at least not this turn. Alright, so they both scanned and spawned 2 detectors, so my Lurker will die, but that was quite effective. Very, very high value Lurker. You love to see it. Alright. What I'm going to do here is cast Vortex. It's definitely overkill for what I'm doing. Gonna let the team know because this does deal friendly fire damage. But I'm full on hand and I need to cast something. I don't want to cast from the shadows because it spawns Dark Templar and they have multiple form of detection on the field. So I'm just going to wipe out all the units they have here. Vortex does a big old black hole of suction that removes any units through it, which is quite effective at what it does. So this will have stopped most of their push and conveniently destroyed both of their detectors. The only one standing is this missile turret. So I'm just going to Cast from the shadows. And also Revelation. Revelation permanently reveals all cloaked enemy units, so it will hit all of these Widow Mines that they have scattered in about, so that we'll be able to see them forever. It also draws a card, which will bring me back up to 8 cards in hand. Now I'm going to play from the shadows, which spawns a Dark Templar. Unfortunately, that Dark Templar will be immediately slaughtered because they do still have detection on the field in the form of this missile turret. But I need to play something, and I can't just burn all my cards away. See, the Dark Templar is being damaged, but nothing exciting. Okay, so now I'm going to play Photon Overcharge, which does nothing for me. The Photon Overcharge grants our Keystone a basic attack, and if it already has an attack, then it grants it temporary damage. But this card no longer useful to me because it's already, my teammate already cast it. So I'm just going to play it to get it out of my hand. Then I'm going to cast New Beginnings, which recovers 2 cheapest cards with Rebirth from the discard pile. Well, here's the thing. I only have 1 card with Rebirth in the discard pile, and that was the Heretical Scholars. Rebirth is a specific type of bonus. That's where the card gains an additional bonus, or level up, basically. An empowered card when it is drawn from the discard pile, or recovered from the discard pile. I'm going to do the same thing here with Merged Mind. Merged Mind sends 1 Archon. It's heroic. It has Rush that's charged, so it doesn't wait 1 turn before being played. And it also fetches the cheapest action card, so it's also card draw, which is quite nice. I'm going to combo this with Crystallized Energy, which gives me +1 mineral, +1 gas, and play Zeratul. Now, Zeratul is a heroic Dark Templar. I'm playing this to get it out of my hand and for no other reason. As we know, they still have detection on the field, and as long as that detection exists, things like all of my teammates' ghosts and my own Dark Templar are going to be quickly dispatched. So I need to remove that. Fortunately, I can do that with Psionic Blackout, which removes 3 detection units from the enemy field. So I'm going to do that, and that will blind this missile turret and 2 other detectors. I do not see any other detectors, so I suspect they have no other detectors on the field. But if they play any detectors this turn, it also blinds them. So that's quite effective in this instance. So I'm going to do that. This will give my teammates ghosts free range to do whatever they want in terms of damage output. It will also give my Dark Templar an opportunity to push forward. Now they did scan this turn, so we notice these ghosts are dying, because the scan card temporarily removes detection from all units on the field for that 1 turn. So despite me blinding all of their detectors, they still scanned and cleared off all of our units. My teammate is casting Feedback, which is a great time to use that. And I am going to take this opportunity to cast Deadly Saboteurs, which will destroy their highest value building on the field, which is specifically Ballistics Bay, which gives the enemy's biological range units +1 range and +2 damage. Or more accurately, ignore 2 armor, which is the same difference. So now we have a Dark Templar on this side of the field, breaking their base and all of their stuff, as well as another Lurker, which is going to be infuriating for them at some point. Alright, so what they have here is a Thor. Thor is beautiful, isn't it? It would be a shame if I cast Mind Blast upon him, which deals 1,500 damage to the toughest enemy unit. If this card kills that unit, remove every copy of that card from the owner's hand, deck, and discard pile. So this Thor, about to get yeeted from existence, unless something stronger than the Thor is played this turn, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm also going to play Revelation, because it's card draw. Yes, so I have removed every copy of Jim Raynor from the game. So, Jim Raynor was another card that was played at the same turn. You can see him right here, currently a pile of red. Looks like somebody else took out the Thor, which is fine. So, we did take out Jim Raynor, which I guess that's good value. Just not what I was hoping to happen. They have another detector on the field. Enemy, they have played the Imperial Witness. It seems to have missed the Lurker, so the Lurker is not in vision range. So we are going to cast Air Support, which I think is bugged right now, if I recall correctly, so we'll see how this works. It is bugged. So it's supposed to spawn 2 scouts, heroic scouts, as basic units. It's also supposed to spawn a heroic battle cruiser that flies move commands across the entire map, doing battlecruiser things all the way across, which would be nice if that's what happened. I'm going to cast. I don't think I need to cast anything here, as much as they do have units in the center line. There's nothing particularly threatening, so I'm going to cast New Beginnings and work on this just to get that going. This will bring back the Rebirth card. Unbound Thought. Draw a card. When selected, reduce the cost of all actions in your hand by 2 minerals and 2 gas, which is quite strong. Looks like they have a Hyperion on the field, which is nice. I'm going to cast Dalem Architects, which sends 1 High Templar and 1 Dark Templar, and draws the cheapest structure card from my deck and puts it into my hand. I'm also going to cast Feedback, mostly because I want more hand space, partially because they have a couple cards that can be used, that can be targeted by Feedback, in the form of, you know, ghosts and, wait, is this blinded? Oh no, it's permanently revealed. Yeah. Alright, so we slaughtered a bunch of creatures on the field, all of their spellcasters specifically. Oh, that's a lot of damage. And let's see. My teammate has mind-controlled their Hyperion, which is quite the good. And, they still have this detector on the field. It makes me sad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play standard Dark Templar, mostly to get it on the field. Fortunately, they will have detection for it, but I can live with that. Does that Unbound Thought being temporary means it doesn't work with Templar Archives? It does work with Templar Archives. Let's see here. Do I cast? This is basic battlecruiser, alright. I did eventually clean up my lurker, so I have no more lurkers available. What I'm going to do is cast Queen and Pawn. It's not going to hit much, but it will hit a few things. Queen and Pawn sends 1 Queen of Blades and 1 Dark Templar, both of which are heroic units. And more importantly, it removes detection from every enemy unit and structure, which means the Dark Templar is going to reign supreme, as we have 2 Dark Templar charging across the field right now, and they have 0 detectors, which is going to be quite effective for us. These tanks are an issue. Let's see, I don't have another. They do have a Mobius hybrid sitting here, which is not ideal. Do I want to attempt to preempt? I think I'm just not going to play anything this turn. Yeah, I'm not going to play. No, I'll play Psionic Chaos. Its Storm casts Psionic Storm on groups of enemy units. Is not particularly effective, given that they don't have really any enemy units right now, but it's something. It gives me space in the hand to play with. Let's see, I'll cast more Dark Templar, as well as Insidious Spy, which removes detection from 1 unit. Oh look, they have another Imperial Witness, which is a detector. Let me go ahead and remove that. There we go. So I can have even more DTs on the field. It's going to be great. Alright, so they have no detection once again. That hybrid is beating up my Kerrigan, which is understandable but unfortunate. Our teammate has some Tempest, sieging down all their structures. The AI on these Tempest dictates that it must target structures. I only have 7 cards left in my deck, which is amazing. So I'm going to cast Psionic Chaos again. I do notice that they don't have much in the way of units on the field. I'm okay with this. I'm still going to cast Psionic Chaos. This deck is literally just hard counter by detection, but also screw you with your detection. It isn't hard counter by detection, and you'll see why momentarily. Oh, soon. Because if you notice, I'm casting spells preemptively because I have them. You notice all these storms that are wiping out the enemy units? Very effective for what that does. Alright. Let's see here. I'm going to cast Elissar Archivist, which shuffles a copy of every action card. Every spell that I play this turn will go into my deck, So I'm going to cast Unbound Thought, Alistar Archivist, and Psionic Orb. Psionic Orb sends 2 giant Psionic Orbs across the map, pretty much killing everything along the way, which is basically a wave clear. And all those cards go directly back into my deck because I played it with the DT. We have 2 giant orbs, wiping every enemy marine out along the way. It's great, love to see it, and that gives the team all the clean space they need to do what they want. So I'm going to cast Psionic Storm. Oh, look at all these marines sitting here trying to spawn. It would be a shame if I cast Psionic Storm upon them. We'll see how that works out. Yep, that's a lot of marines getting wiped out. Spawn camping. Spawn camping with spells. It's great. That's how this deck do. Oh look, they spawned more marines. It would be a shame if I cast more marines. If I cast more Psionic Storm. Also, they have another detector on the field, which I'm keen to remove with Psionic Blackout Part 2. So I'm going to remove that. Not that I have much in the way of DTs left, but I prefer they don't have detection just in case any of my teammates have something with stealth at this point. That entire army they once had stopped existing just immediately. When I play Archives, I shuffle the cards back. I specifically do not want to have any cards in my deck. Like, at all. TLDR later. But yes, it is possible for me to play Templar Archives, which is a building which, for so long as it exists, whenever I play a spell that costs 8 or less, it shuffles that spell back into my deck instead of discarding it. Which is quite good, because I can just infinitely chain spells. But I am specifically interested in having 0 cards in my deck. Because I want to cycle super hard. And I want to have guaranteed they are dropping so many marines, oh my god. This is the amount. Can you imagine what would have happened if I didn't have all these spells available to me? Alright, so it looks like teammate has cast Psionic spells, or Psionic Storm. So those marines, mostly gone. So I'm not going to worry about playing anything this turn. I'm just going to hold off. It's a zergling amount of marines. It was. They all just melted. It is beautiful. And remember, they have no more detection, and we have DTs guarding our line here, so... gonna, at some point, just have DTs running through. Alright, I think I could hold off one more turn. Ever wonder why no one comes back to the barracks? Yes. Oh, there's another Hyperion. Looks like they're nuking, which is... unpleasant. Alright. Air supports. Inconveniently timed. Okay, I'm gonna cast Templar Archives this time. And that's it. Nothing but 1 Templar Archives. There will be a nuke landing, which is likely to kill my Dark Templar and basically everything else here, but alas. This looks complicated. This... yes, it is a card game much like... It is a card game much like Hearthstone. A little bit more complicated than Hearthstone, but not by much. Alright, so rip my DT. That's the last DT I have available to me, I think. Alright, so now that I have Templar Archives on the field, every card I cast, every spell I cast that costs 5 or less, is going to be sent right back into my deck. Things like Psionic Orb, this costs 11, because, you know, 8 plus 3 is 11. Fortunately, I know something called Unbound Thought that reduces its cost to 7. So I'm going to cast this guy real quick, and send this right back across the field. Unbound Thought and Psionic Orb now cost less than 8, so they'll both go into my deck. Unbound Thought draws 1 card, which will draw itself, and then next turn I have 1 card in my deck, which is... it's Psionic Orb, which is probably the strongest wave clear spell in the game. Notice we just wiped out every single one of their units here, and my team are free to go. So I'm going to cast Unbound Thought and Psionic Orb, sending another orb across the field. So if they have units they want to spawn, I mean, I'm happy to let them spawn it because Unbound Thought draws itself, and Psionic Orb went into my discard pile for some reason. Why? I think we broke it. I think we broke it. I think that's what happened here. I think we broke it. I'm gonna cast a second Templar Archives, and also Mind Blast because I can. So we removed Shock Division. Make all those go away. Now the trick reveals itself. Yes, 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 it do. Let's see. There's Alexander on the field. I'm going to cast Unbound Thoughts as well as Mind Blast upon it. Let's see, just so we... I've got Infinite Mind Blast, so I'm just going to do that. That's going to be great. I see a whole bunch of Marines here. So you know what that means? It's time to cast Psionic Orb again. It's going to be great. You'd love to see it. Let's see. Orb and... send that across. And we got Orb back in the hand because that's how that's supposed to work. And the next card we would draw will be the big one. It'll be the one that reduces the cost of every spell. Alright, great. So I'm going to do it again. Actually, there's a Thor here. Should probably remove that with Mind Blast. Let's do it. Alright, let's just remove that Thor real quick. Heard you wanted Big Eater to be a shape if I had Mind Blast. Exactly. Could always text it. I could, but we've got a lot of zombie here, which isn't really affected by the Vortex at all. But I would rather remove the Thor, because if I Mind Blast it, then I remove every Thor from the opponent's hand. So if you had another one, it's gone. Maybe the order of selection matters with Unbound Thought and Orb. So maybe, and that's why I selected Unbound Thought first twice. I think I played that twice. I think I did that twice. I'm going to do this again because they have a battle cruiser and I want it gone. So if I do Mind Blast, that should remove this battle cruiser and every battle cruiser from the game. Fortunately, he already had one played that turn, so that's just gone. I believe I am unable to do this faster than... Alright, so I'm going to cast Unbound Thought and Orb, which should help the team break through. Okay. And we go Infinity Orb. Ponder the Orb, yes. This is just like Minion Masters. I'm largely unfamiliar with Minion Masters. Yeah, so that went back into my deck just fine. Okay. Well, we will wipe out all the light units here. It's just a matter of whether we break the enemy as in total. I'm going to cast Mind Blast here to remove this battle cruiser. So no more battle cruiser for them. Who left the game? Is that one of the enemies left the game? Alright. Ooh. I removed all their copies of air support from the game, which is quite good for us, not for them. Let me go ahead and cast Mind Blast. Let me cast Orb again. Unbound Thought, Psionic Orb. Wait a minute. I have a theory. I have a hypothesis. I think this won't go into my discard pile. I think this will go into my discard pile. I think it's an order of operations thing. Unbound Thought, Psionic Orb. This goes to my discard pile, doesn't it? It did! Okay, so I found a bug. It has to deal with the position of the cards. I think if Unbound Thought comes before orb, then I don't get to play orb. Then the orb goes into my discard pile. Okay, I'm gonna Mind Blast, which will remove probably the battle cruiser. No, that should remove one of the scouts, which would be good. I think it's worth adding the mass structure stasis to a deck to perma lock down their structures. Yes and no. Yes, but if I do that, then I have to hold on to more cards to get the combo going, and that's painful. As is, as you can tell, this is quite effective. I don't particularly need more, if that makes sense. I'm gonna remove that battle cruiser again before it does something terrible to my teammates, like I don't know, something like a Yamato cannon. Mind Blast the Nexus. Unfortunately, cannot Mind Blast the Nexus. It specifically only targets enemy units. If you do notice that we are taking exhaustion damage, because my allies are out of deck. They have no more cards to draw, and every time they fail to draw a card, all of their structures and our face takes 100 HP of damage. This is everyone in this game is suffering it, except for me, because I keep putting cards back into my deck. Alright, so what else is here? We should just be pushing them here. Let me go ahead and cast Air Support. Yep. The enemy is out of cards, and I'm casting more units onto the field. Isn't that a great time to be alive? Alright. My teammate's zombie, unfortunately, will dry up. Ooh, this is the end of the zombie, it would seem. Whoa. Did the Orge damage the base? No, they did not. I will be casting Mind Blast, which will remove one unit from the field, but not more. Because they don't have any units that were spawned by cards, so they won't be removing a card from the fields. Okay, I'm just going to keep Mind Blasting. At this point, as long as we stall, then we should win this. Because my team is taking 2 ticks of exhaustion damage per turn, and they are taking, I believe it was also 2, but they are far lower HP. So we've managed to do face damage. They're down to 554 HP. We are all the way down to 2,154. So that leaves us significantly in the advantage. As long as I keep casting Mind Blast and adding a card into my deck to draw later, then I will not be taking deck damage, so we will inevitably be taking deck damage, exhaustion damage slower than them, which means we win. Oh yeah, all 3 other players are exhausted right now. My teammate has Amon, which is like the big end game. It's the big end game time to win card. It's like finishing Exodia in Magic, and he's got it right now that he's playing it. Not that it matters, because this game is over. Alright, so new mechanic I've learned. Mechanic, strong word. Definitely some bugginess going on there. We're going to try it again, and this time I'm going to try to figure out, see if my hypothesis is correct. You're at 1,112 driver assists. You're getting so very close. So very close indeed. Good luck. Does the orb damage the base? No, it does not. What arcade game are you playing? This is Keystone. It's like Hearthstone, but more key. Am I going to remove air support now that it's bugged? Yes, that would be wise. Air support, honestly, I mean, yes, I need to replace it with something that's more value than 11 cost 2 heroic scouts. But the 2 heroic scouts are like actually super good, but it's definitely not for 11. It's definitely not worth 11 resources. You think the Rush 7-3 Void Rays are nice staples? Yeah, those are good. Would holding on to Saboteurs work for the repeats at the end? No, Saboteurs is not a spell. It's a unit card. So no. Unfamiliar with the hybrid cards? You don't have them yet? Yeah, no, it is not a spell. It is a unit card, which is interesting. The way that works. Oh, Brenda, if you're still here. I see in the paint change log, added option to disable screen whiteout for large ship explosions. I'm so excited, you have no idea. Like, sweet Jesus, yes. Okay, let's try this again. See if I can learn to cast. That is a quote-unquote feature. You have manually disabled every update. Yes. Okay, so I don't want to keep any of these cards. We're going to mulligan every single one of them because they're all late game. And Lord knows we're probably going to get them all back in hand. Got one of them back in hand. It's not the worst. Alright, so this is what we have. Doesn't really matter what I pick. I'm not playing any of these right now because we're not. We have one, and all of these cards are expensive. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Alright, I will cast this and do Chrono Boost, which gives us +1 mineral income on a card, which is great for starter eco just to speed things along. Looks like they have sent 4 Marines in a defensive posture, so they will stay on their side of the field. That is a heap load of sentries. Oh god, those are... So I'm familiar with the card that sends these. This is the card that also gives them plus... Those are Chrono sentries. It gives the owner, the caster, +1 mineral, so they are speeding along in the in their material, in their resource production. Delicious minerals, very delicious minerals. Okay. That is a lot of sentries. Fortunately, I have a solution to this. I'm gonna cast From the Shadows, which sends 1 DT starting from up here. That DT will run amok, dealing whatever it wants, because they don't have any detection on the field right now, which is great for me. Tickle beams, yeah. Alright, get slapping, please. Slash. And just break them one by one. Alright, it's gonna take them a while. What I'm going to do is cast Psionic Storm, because I can, and for no other reason. It's not true. I actually do want to keep the damage here minimum. My teammates appear to be running... Both of my teammates appear to be running structure heavy, which means they rely on their structures to get things done. And I want to keep those alive. And storms will help with that. As much as the Templar will inevitably wipe all of these, I prefer if he did so before they tickled the structures to death. Or before we took serious face damage, you know? Alright. Clear that real quick. Oh look, if it isn't some Hydralisks. These are friendly Hydralisks. They spawned next to the Dark Templar. I do see that they've spawned an Overseer, so what I'm going to do is send my 1 Insidious Spy. I'm also going to cast Revelation, which permanently reveals all enemy cloaked units, but also draws a card, which is much, much more important to me. The faster I hit 0 cards in the deck, the better off I am. Conveniently, we hit one of their Dark Templars. They sent Dark Templars, and we hit it with our Revelation. So it's detection on the field for us. They do have Tempests on the field, which is not amazing for us, but it is what it is. So this time I'm going to cast Deadly Saboteurs. And let that be. That should kill off this Ballistic Spay, which gives all enemy biological ranged units +1 range and makes their attacks ignore 2 armor. Make that go away. They are launching nukes, which is targeting our defensive area, which is unpleasant for us. Lurker doing lurker things. That is a lot of lurker. We have multiple DTs on the field. Should I Deadly Saboteur a second time? No, I'm going to cast Blades of Shakura. Send more 2 Dark Templars. Send 2 more Dark Templars, 2 Stalkers, and 5 Zealots. He's got a blackout in hand. Oh, good. Yep. I'm just gonna break this. Alright, so I'm gonna cast... Ooh. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna cast Solar Ray here. Solar Ray launches 1 Heroic Void Ray, but it also does 1,500 damage to the toughest enemy unit, which should remove this Thor, I believe, as much as I would prefer it remove the Heroic Arbiter here. We won't have to deal with the Thor. Hello there, Dad. How are you doing today? Alright, so we broke that giant heroic Thor, which is great. This Void Ray, being a heroic Void Ray, should melt the Arbiters pretty quickly, unless it gets, you know, stasis, which is near guaranteed. Going to cast Heretical Scholars and Dark Templar along the way. Actually, you know, this is pretty good motivation for me to also cast Feedback. No. Dark Templar first, Dark Templar first. Get those done. This is a great RTS. It is. It is. Hello there, Vilcata G. Welcome in. Welcome in. Alright. Uh-oh. So they have cast Oracles. Oracles inconveniently casts Revelation upon all units on the field, which will permanently reveal my Dark Templar, which is not an ideal world for me to live in. However, if I cast Feedback right now, it will remove the Heroic Arbiter and leave us with... No. Vortex. I'll cast Vortex because it'll kill off the Carrier and the Tempests and hopefully snags this Tempest as well. It did. So yes, we still have to deal with some Goliaths and the Arbiter itself, but that's less of an issue than dealing with massive amounts of that army, yeah. They do have double detector. So now I can cast Feedback, Zeratul, and you blind. I will also cast Chrono Boost for the draw. Okay. We did enough damage to get the barracks on fire, so this will inevitably burn to the ground. I did cast a heroic DT, so the DT will eventually break them. They have an observer here, so the DT won't inevitably break them, because he's gonna die. In fact, he's already gone. Alright, so let me cast Shadow Walk, so I can get more DTs on the field. Ooh, is that the only card I'm casting this turn? Yeah, it is. They have 4 detectors on the field right now. Okay. No, some mellow Dixieland, exactly. Oh god. They have so much detection. They have so much detection. Alright, so I think we actually killed off everything. So I'm gonna send 7 Dark Templars. Nice. Yeah. We got them. Okay. sending more DTs. They had an overseer and obs and 2 turrets. The overseer died. Obs is still alive, but blind. We're good for now. Alright, so this will give me a good reason to cast Deadly Saboteurs and remove out their engineering bay, which gives their owners biological units plus 15% damage and plus 1 armor. Not into that being alive, so I'm gonna make that go away. Oh, never mind. I broke their device here, which was even better now that I noticed it. Uh-oh. Is that sunken Yep, they have a detector somewhere. I'm casting Blackout. Unfortunately, only 1 DT survived. But I will cast Blackout. I will cast Blackout and Psionic Chaos. Psionic Chaos is just cast Storm everywhere, which is going to be good and strong, powerful. Whereas Blackout keeps the DT alive. Down to 1 DT, which is really rather unfortunate. But, you know, he's about the best we're going to get right now. There's a Dixieland band in the area that keeps begging you to play drums for them. I feel like that would be very high in the list of things you would want to do. So I am curious as what's motivating you against that particular band. Do you need to look on the map more? I am looking on the map a lot because that is what I do. Most people don't do that. Remember, this is it's an arcade game. We're not playing like some hyper competitive thing here. I like to look on the map. Also, I'm playing control deck where looking on the map is mandatory for everything. So yeah, did my DT die? Where'd he go? Nope, he's right here. He's Hackett Selection Missile Turret. Great. Could cast Psionic Storm, so I can get rid of some of these Marines as well as the Goliaths, or at least damage the Goliaths. It's not going to kill the Goliaths, it'll damage them. Let's go ahead and end phase. Yep. Ooh, nice. No more buildings for them. Good. Alright, so we are pushing into them quite hard here. I have nothing I want to cast. I could preemptively cast Insidious Spy, in part because we don't have any detection on the field, and in part because if they spawn detection this round, it could be devastating for us. I'm gonna do it and hope it lands. Oh, nice. So if they play detection this turn, I will blind it. If they don't play detection this turn, then I will have missed. They didn't play detection this turn, so our units can just go freely stab anything. But it also means that we now have detection on the field for their arrays, and also our lurkers are free to do this to them, which is great. You love to see it. I am very tempted to orb, but we have lots of lurk. I don't need to orb. I'm just going to cast Photon Overcharge and be done with it, just to get it out of the hand. Photon Overcharge enables enables our face to attack. I need use Templar Archives. I do not need use Templar Archives. You've played for them in the past, and the pay is really bad. That's understandable. I mean, you do what you can do, I guess. Isn't always amazing. Alright, so they are building a starport and a barracks. God, the lurkers. With me cleansing all of the detection, those lurkers are just... He quit! He quit the game! I'm gonna send more DTs. Oh no. Oh, that's beautiful. Lurkers are good, lurkers are very good. You love to see it. Alright, so they cast Linked Assembly, which spawns a bunch of stalkers and a carrier. I think It's not going to matter because we have many units in range of their. We have many stealth units in range of their face, and they have no detection on the field. The assault is strong with this one. Yeah, it's, to be fair, it's pretty infuriating to have to deal with two enemy players who are spamming detection units or stealth units. It's kind of difficult to deal. What on earth is this? It has a hyper. Oh, the hyper shield generator. Okay. What did I do to my arm stand? Oh, right, I detached it. Let me reconnect this real quick. I do not see a way for them to win this. It's assuming that we play queen and pawn this turn. It's fine. Let's see. Did we play Heretical Scholars? We did, so I could start this rolling. Work toward the combo. Get that merged mind on the field. Hello there, Colony Advance. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in. Beautiful. Alright. I like that emote. Sassy. Alright, so I need to, because this card, air support card, is bugged, we're not going to use that. So instead, I'm going to see what other similar cards I can play. Let's see. None of these. These require shenanigans to play. I could do Planet Cracker. Probably just Void Feet, to be honest. I think I do not want additional spells. So I will play Void Fleet and... Man. Your thing is really fusion jazz? I haven't heard a lot of fusion jazz around here. Is there a mid-range action? So this brings it down to 6-1, leaving me 2-2 to play with. Do I have a 4-cost spell? Cloaking Field for my cycle. No. I can go up to a 6-cost spell, actually. Like Structural Stasis. Because this will bring it down to 2-0. Oh my god, am I going to do this? Am I going to be that dirty? Because this will always... I'm going to be that guy. Alright, well... This is a card that I have to keep in my hand at the end of the game and can never be played. Period. Cannot be played. It is a critical part of my combo. Cannot be played. Which means if I draw it at any point in time, it is a dead card. Which pains me. But this could be effectively permanent stasis if it works. Which is... Man, that's putting a lot of cards together. Okay. Let me... No, I think I don't need... I need any card. It doesn't need to be this one. I need to alternate is what's happening here. I think I don't do this. This is too much. I just need any card, and it needs to be a card that I can incidentally use for something on the field. So this would be... I can use Mind Blast for... It could even be another top... It could even be like Planet Cracker. I can't do. Has to be something of... It could be Mind Blast. Wow, is that it? Call Suits. Has to be something of exactly 8 cost or less. Could do Sonic Chaos. I already have that. Structural Stasis could work. Could I get a second to the one that reduces the cost by 4? Yes, yes I can. I don't want to, but it is possible. Replicate. No. None of these are exciting to me. Alright, we'll just... We have to leave Mind... We have to leave Mind Blast. Okay, so Mind Blast is now... I'm promoting Mind Blast to be a critical part of the combo. We have to leave it as... We have to leave one to the end. Alright, so in that case, we are just going to... take a second... something big here. Like... Not air support because it's bugged. Army Breakers is fine. Could do Planet Cracker too. This is always exciting. I'm gonna take Army Breakers. Army Breakers is pretty strong. 6 Zealot, 6 Adepts. Ooh. I should take Amon's Chosen instead. Because this combos with... This enables me to combo it with DTs. Wardens of Ire, no. Why not use Void Crystal? Because I already have a deck that goes infinite. I don't need Void Crystal to do so. Mind you, Void Crystal is much more consistent in the infinite. So... I don't need it. Void Crystal is not exclusive, it's just not necessary. Okay. Would the Zealot Adept card turn into 12 DTs? It would turn into 6. It only converts Zealots. Groups like Weather Report, Return to Forever, Spyro, Gyra, Pat, Metheny, McCoy, Tyner, stuff like that. Yeah, we've... Trick is getting to play. Fun fact, Incursus learned Birdland on the base many years ago. It sounded great. You know, the statements that statement is true, yes. See if you can get a second of the one that reduces the cost by 4. As I can, I don't want to. You thought it converted all summons on the Zealot card? Regardless of what it was. Not just the just the Zealots. You're a sorcerer, not a wizard. Understandable. It's a very sorcerer thing to say. Let's give it another go, shall we? Go to the knife on April 3rd. Oh, that's still scary, man. The test came back and like finally confirmed what it was. Oh, I suppose that's the kind of thing that should probably be handled in a text message, but I mean, whatever you're comfortable with. You cast a magic missile! Listening to classical music that are played for villains seem to work well for Incursus games. I tend to agree. It's enjoyable. I'm okay with this. Little Malkavillian never hurt anyone. In-game chat is just wow. Yep. Welcome to humanity. Go anywhere and encounter this stuff. Alright, Dad. When in doubt, fireball out. Hey, there it is. The appropriate response. Do it the wizard way. Excellent. Added pylum LRM catapults. Oh my god. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. Man, why does Star Sector have to be such a good game, man? It's just outclassing everything else. Got mountains of content, some better, some worse. Welcome to the internet. Hello there, Gabe Hawk. Welcome to the chat. I set my microphone to be, a while back I set my microphone to be adjustable so I can slide it up and down. So I can stand and move, like walk around and such, while still having my microphone ostensibly attached to my face. But it doesn't quite come up tall enough to let me fully stand up straight. So I have to do the splits a little bit, just to get it appropriately positioned as I slide around the room. Which is, I mean, it's not the worst thing to have to suffer through. I'm not inflexible, but it's not as comfortable as, standing straight with decent posture. At least I can, work out my legs a little bit while keeping the back all nice and straight. How far down can you do with this? But in these pants, not much. These aren't exactly tight pants, but they don't allow that kind of mobility. Slacks are not gymnasium level pants. You just use a wireless lapel mic. Yeah. A lot of people, I do actually suggest things like wireless lapel mics a lot of times. It's just convenient and easy to use, and frankly, most people aren't interested or helped by the level of quality in microphone that I am. Because I know you guys, a lot of my channel revolves around that super relaxing, that peaceful, the radio voice. And that's what you guys are here for, especially. You put it on the background and just enjoy some background noise, a little bit of soothing action. Most people aren't into that, at least in terms of content creators. They're not trying to curate that kind of environment. So unless you're specifically doing that, then if you're specifically doing ASMR adjacent stuff, then lapel mic, it works just fine. Lord knows. I go over to Parting Stream. He's got a nice mic and it sounds like it. I promise you I could make a lapel mic sound nicer than that. I don't know how the man does it. I mean, I know how the man does it. Microsoft did any amount of settings once, and he never fixed it. Did any amount of updates once. Alright, so let me go ahead and work on this. Well, I think you guys see what I'm starting with here. Just gonna let this go. Alrighty, Zacher. Good luck. The thought of me doing the splits is oddly exciting. I used to do gymnastics. I used to be... I was... competition level gymnastics. I got a couple medals from it. Nothing super serious, but basic competitions nonetheless. I could never win Olympics or anything. My gymnastics instructor wanted my younger brother for the Olympics, to train him up for the Olympics. My brother was not interested, but it was an almost there kind of thing. It was an option I could have gone with in my life. Or he could have gone with in his life, and I could have been close. Maybe I could have been there. Maybe. But that was a long time ago, and I was not super interested in going that path. So I would not have done it. Banelings versus Zerglings, who wins? It's the Zerglings! Alright, so we have some units on the field. And it's going to be difficult for the opponents to deal. Oh my god. They have... So this is an effect called Infestation. Notice how it's got the red background. The way that works is every single turn this is in my hand, the enemy spawns 4 Zerglings and 1 Hydralisk. So I have to play this card in order to stop that from happening. Which is kind of hard to do when I can't afford it. It's also incredibly inefficient for me to play that card when they don't have units, when they don't have any spellcasters, but I'm probably going to play it anyways just to get it out of my hand. In fact, yeah, I've got nothing else to do here. They're not spawning any detection, as far as I've noticed. So I'm just going to play this, and hope they spawn a spellcaster at some point, or specifically spawn a spellcaster this round, so it actually does something, but if it doesn't, then, well, at least they're not spawning units anymore. They are likely to be regularly infesting my cards. Oh wow, look, it's a detector. That's not great. Because I'm gonna lose both my DTs. I could lose both my DTs. Yes, yes I am. It's close. Okay, so I'm going to cast... Ooh. Yeah, they still have stuff here, so I'm going to cast Sonic Blackout and Zeratul just to get rid of this detector. This is kind of an inefficient use, because Sonic Blackout removes 3 detectors and they only have 1 on the field, so that's not ideal for me. But it's fine. I need to get something on the field to deal with this, otherwise my teammate's going to lose all their stuff, and I don't want my teammates to lose their stuff, because I need them alive. Okay. Yeah, they did not spawn any more detectors, so it's only the one that has been blacked out. Looks like my teammate did manage to clear this up himself, which is fine. Baneling is rolling through, and Zeratul finishing it off. Sweet. Let's see, let me just... there's nothing here for me to cast, so everything's too expensive, so playing next round. You're here to prove I'm an iguana spy? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, they have another detector, which is big shock. Zeratul makes it out alive, if only just. Okay, this is concerning. This guy needs to go as soon as possible, which I can't do anything about, because I cannot play cards right now, because all my cards are too expensive, so I'm just ending phase. Which is incredibly inconveniently timed. Your regular mic died after? Maybe you just stuck with the lapel mic. I mean, that makes sense to me. It's pretty good. We keep reading the Star Sector patch notes. I've read them, most of them. I haven't fully gone through them all. I stopped reading them aloud on stream because we changed topics. But lots of good things I'm noticing. Lots of very interesting things. Like lots of buffs to everything, it feels like. Alright, I desperately need to remove this, or we are going to have a... Oh god. I got a 50-50 chance of removing the right thing. Ah, well. YOLO. Is this worth doing? No. We're just gonna deadly sabotage and hope it works for the best. Hey, got the right one. Alright, sweet. So now, when the creatures come through, we can actually... stop the zomb from happening. And the DT offed itself. Alright, so what I'm going to do is Sonic Storm, because I want to remove as many of these zombies as possible. Because if I remove the zombie, then it doesn't respawn, and it's dead forever. They have more detection. Big shock. That's a lot of detecting. Alright, so they have 4 detectors on the field right now. Nope, that's 3 detectors on the field right now. We're casting Vortex. I want all of this gone. Make it all go away. The joy of playing a control deck. The enemy does things like, oh, let me spawn a whole bunch of things to ruin the enemy's day. And I'm like, nope. I'm the fun police. You cannot break things. Okay. Wipe out their entire everything, which is just a great time to me. We did eat a few of the teammates' units, but totally worth it. Because that was crazy amount of stuff they had on the field. Conveniently wiped out most of their detection, so I'm going to send Blades of Incursus. It's gonna be great. Do, 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 do. Alright, this thing is ruining my teammate. The enemies seem to have a fairly substantial amount of anti-structure, which is going to cause problems for us. I will be casting Mind Blast here. Mind Blast. Also be casting Heretical Scholars to start that process going. Termination sequence. Pistol change, not deal friendly fire damage when it explodes. I don't remember that being a notable problem. I mean, I guess it's nice. Because it did have a timer, and sometimes I can imagine a world in which it flies over a teammate, an allied vessel, and just happens to detonate because its timer ran out. But, like, I don't think it was a meaningful change. Like, the scenario is so rare and sufficiently intuitive that I don't think it really matters. But, whatever works. I am not going to judge the developers' decisions on this matter. Those queens keeping that heroic marauder alive, and by a lot. Okay then, in that case, let's go ahead and cast New Beginnings. We start this process going, or continue it. Is there anything else I need to cast here? It looks like they don't have any more zombie structures online, so I don't have to be concerned about those. This is not incredibly interesting to me, nor is this. Nor is that. You know, they're ruining structures all day, every day. Okay, so I'll cast this guy here. That should bring us up to 8 cards, as well as sending out a large heroic Archon for them to play with. When I cast Archive, because it is a critical part of the main core combo of this deck, and if I cast it now, then I won't have it to do the combo. They instantly sniped off my Archon with a Yamato from across the world. Okay, fair enough. Oh, sweet. So they have 2 or 3 detectors on the field, which means Sonic Blackout is going to land. So we'll remove all of that stuff here. I cannot cast Chrono Boost this turn, though. That makes me sad. But I will be able to cast it next turn, assuming I do from the shadows. Okay, so we landed on 3 targets. Is that a cannon? That's a cannon. Well, that's unfortunate. So cannons, static. They are static What is it called? Static detection. Which makes my life difficult. Okay, so this will bring us back up to 8 cards. So they do still have detection on the field, but the detection will not keep their front line alive. Not that they have much front line. Unfortunately, the DT that we're sending from here will run right into that cannon and get immediately detected. And ooh, it barely survives. Oh, that's a lot of cannons. Okay, well, all of their front line is about to have detection, which means our DTs will not make it. Let's go ahead and cast Solar Ray here. Remove the last of this Hyperion. I'm also going to cast Crystallized Energy and Overcharge, just to empty the hand and for no other reason. Could cast Revelation instead. It's fine. I'll do it next turn. Hello there, Espen. Welcome in, welcome in. Keystone, mostly. Alright, so we took the Hyperion out before it jumped away, which is nice. They have so many cannons, most of which are getting bodied. Alright, looks like I'm just going to have to cast Revelation and New Beginnings here. This will be 2 card draw, which is going to be nice. Bring us up to 7 cards. My problem with Deadly Saboteurs now is that if I cast it now, it will be immediately detected and not deal any more damage. It also will not target either of these infested compounds, which are kind of high priority. I will target this one, though, which sends 1 Immortal each phase, which probably be good if I got rid of that rapidly. I just don't want to get rid of it while all of these cannons, while all the detection is on the field, which is mostly in the form of cannons. It's probably worth casting this because I suspect we're not going to break through them in the near future. So I'm just going to cast it to get rid of the Immortal spawn, and it's just going to have to live with the fact that I have no more Deadly Sabotages. And it's not going to do much. Especially given they have an Artanis sitting here, ready to slap. Yeah, okay, he just cleaned both of those up super quick. But we did get rid of the Immortal spawner, so that's cool, that's cool. Keystone is still all about the structure spam. Yep. Oh, now I get Queen and Pawn. Okay, well, I'm going to immediately cast this. Am I going to cast this? I think I'm going to cast nothing this turn. Yeah, I think I cast nothing this turn. Because I can afford to cast nothing this turn. And next turn, if I get DTs, I cast Queen and Pawn and then DTs. Or I cast DTs and then Queen and Pawn. My Archon. He died. So rude. Okay, problems. That is a lot of units. I don't have a Vortex on the field, so I do Sonic Orb instead. This should clean up a lot of their defensive units, damage their front line substantially. As Tempest, as well as the carrier, is not going to be affected by this. But the damage is going to be good, because my team is doing a pretty big push here. And we clean up the Marines and all the chaff as it comes across. Excellent, that'll give Amon an opportunity. I haven't used any Mind Blast yet. I've used 1 Mind Blast already, so I can. This is a critical part of the combo. I cannot do that, so I'm going to cast these 2, mostly to empty the hand. And I don't need to empty. I'm only getting 1 card. It's fine. Okay, so they are going to be bullying our structures here, but Amon is here to save the day. You see the combo? That's rude. It's beautiful. Alright. Sonic Chaos and Insidious Spy. Mostly to get out of the hand. As much as I want to use the Spy to blind their stuff. I need hand space. Well, that's unfortunate. I think because we have creep here, our hero units are going to get sucked in. Oh, sweet Jesus, they didn't get sucked in. It's beautiful. Alright, great. So we still have DT on the field. Okay, I can now cast Mind Blast with this. I can also cast Unbound Thought with it, which gives me some more play here. I'm going to cast Insidious Spy to get it out of the hand as well. No, do I? Because I think we still have our... Yeah, we still have some DT in the field, so I'm just going to do this. Alright, so we've removed Towering Colossi in case he happens to have a second one. 100% casting Sonic Storm again. That's gonna happen. There we go. Just, yeah. I've got hand space to work with here. We should see some damage. Man, these aberrations are going to be a problem to solve. We still actually have a Vortex in the deck and only 9 cards in the deck, so there's a solid chance that we have it in hand come the start of this wave, which would be nice. Actually, are those... They're going to be stuck in the middle, or... Yeah, okay, so we got those there. If we can... didn't get it. Alright, well, I'm casting card draw and nothing else, because that's all I've got. Let's go. I am concerned that... Oh, God. This guy 100% has Carrick's Invention in his deck. Which is going to be a problem. Alright, so we do this, and I'm casting Detection here as well, because the only detection we have is a Spore Crawler, which not likely to live very long in this current environment. As tempted as I am to cast a High Templar. I'll have to come back to that one later. Unfortunately, I need to keep Mind Blast in hand for the combo. Otherwise, we don't get to play our cards for the rest of the game. Oh, that's convenient. Card draw. That's what I'm looking for right now. Man, after coming from Hearthstone, being forced to have 40 cards in the deck and so few cards that draw other cards, it's painful, man. Like, you have to bloat your deck dummy thick with cards that will never be used or in some manner gain value. It's atrocious. It's actually atrocious. So, the whole point... Okay. Like... I have a card whose whole point is to draw another card. And that card that it draws will always have oh, I have a Vortex. It won't grab everything, but it'll help. Yeah. It'll help substantially. I can't Mind Blast, so we just have to aim on Chosen. Two cards left, so next turn I can play the Templar Archives, and there's no way the Templar Archive survives, is there? There's no way. Love the content? Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that, Fresh. Alright, good. God, look at it all. Alright, so this is the turn I get to play Templar Archives. In what worlds does this do anything for me? 'Cause I don't see it. But you know what? Casting Storm, hopefully someone's got something else useful. If we can keep the archives alive... Oh god, there's no way. It's not even gonna build. They have so much stuff. It built. Sweet Jesus. Alright, so... Oh, hello. There's Shadow Walk. This is the one card I was supposed to have turn 1. It was literally bottom of the deck. Alright. And, that's all I get to do. I'm also going to cast second Templar Archives because there's no way this one lives this turn and I need it to be alive for next turn. Yep. There's that beautiful goodness. Do we die? Yeah, we straight up die. Okay. We tried. That's the end of that. Cards that draw another card for load no cost. You're almost always getting card games. Yeah. Well, the problem I find with Keystone specifically is that because of the combination of massive, like forced massive decks, as well as the general lack of card draw, it means that reliably getting any card in the course of a game is just not really possible. I'm going to go so far as to say, even if you have a deck that is filled to the brim with every possible card draw, on average, you will not draw through your entire deck. Which means, if you need a card for a combo, if you need one of, like, if you have 5 different cards, any one of which is required for the combo, the chances are, like, on average, you will not draw any of those 5 cards over the course of the match, of a normal match. Which kind of forces you away from combos of every kind, and instead just have good one-off cards and just kind of hope that you can RNG better than your opponents. Just individually make every card powerful and just roll with it. But, yeah. Alrighty, Vilcata, good luck out there. How hard is it to get into this game? We're playing a game or two of it with friends, but in your recollection, you actually have to earn your cards. Yes, that is correct. The starter decks are kind of okay. Like you can play them fine, and it's got a new player bonus. So every time you play around every time you play a round as a new player, you get a pretty significant boost to the in-game currency used for purchasing cards. So it's not the worst, but it is definitely difficult to get into because it will take you many hours to get workable decks, like custom strong decks. Your infested deck has the backup of sending half of dead zombies as boomers. Yes, that is decent and infested for mitigating problems. It isn't a good card, but it is required for rounds in which you do not get your infestation pit, your infestation pit, in the top half of the deck. If you don't get it top half, you just have to send your cards, let them all die, and then resurrect them using the dead zombies boomers card. It does mitigate against that a little bit. It's mostly for after your pit dies. Well, if you use it... So here's the thing. If you use it when you don't have a pit active, then all you do is send boomers that basically all die and get nothing done. These boomers, they're kind of bad. Unlike banelings, the chances of actually hitting their target is very, very little. Like I've had instances where I've dropped literally 200 plus, and maybe 10 of them splash a target. Like they're really bad. Like they aren't a good. It's not a good card. What it does is it spawns 200 units, which can then turn into 200 standard walkers via the infestation pit. That's what it's good for. Hello there, Travis. Welcome in. You've seen them break lines on the ground, lines as well when there's creep on the ground. That's so rare. Like it has to be close to the end for that. You miss your old infested deck? Ah. You never seen this game? It's Hearthstone, but StarCraft, which makes it more complicated. And more fun. Could I explain the game? Yeah, we'll explain the game when you get into it. It's basically Hearthstone with a few extra mechanics on top. If you're familiar with Hearthstone, it should be very similar. Like, quite easy to pick up. But I'll explain things as we go along. I'm playing a control style deck, which is quite difficult. It's a bit cranial. Which, not the easiest deck to understand, put it that way. So a lot of the things I'm just going to have to do them and not explain why I'm doing them. Because, that's just gotta be how that goes. But I can explain the mechanics. You're saying if something is modded with StarCraft, all the StarCraft does is make it harder. No. But there is a running trend about that. It's generally speaking when people... StarCraft Arcade... I mean, it's the same thing with Warcraft, really. The Blizzard arcades, the custom maps, they're a great place for people's ideas. You know, if you have an idea, I want to make a game, but I don't have a full game studio, so I'm going to do it in StarCraft Arcade. There's no better place to do it. But man, people have some wild ideas out there, and it shows. Most of the time it's like, oh hey, I like Hearthstone. Take this for example. I like Hearthstone, and I want to make my own version with some modifications. What are those modifications? Adding extra complexity. It's a running trend rather than a requirement. Which, nothing wrong with extra complexity, it's just, it's not strictly a better thing. There's a reason why a lot of the more popular games are quite simple. Alright, so mulligan, I'm going to mulligan these two away because they're just unplayable for the foreseeable future. I'm super not interested in Photon Overcharge, but it's playable, which is better than I can expect from most of my cards, so I'm going to keep it in hand. But here we have Keystone. We start up here. We start with one. This is our mana here. Up in the top right, we have our mana is split into two different resources. We have 1 minerals, 2 Vespene gas. I am going to pick up 1 additional Vespene gas, so that we now have 1 mineral, 1 Vespene gas. This means I cannot play any of my cards because each card has a resource cost associated with it. All of them are more expensive than I can do. Now, anyone who plays a card, just like in Hearthstone, it will spawn on the deck, out on the board. Looks like the opponents here have spawned 4 Marines. Now, unlike Hearthstone, they cannot directly control these Marines. It plays much more like Direct Strike, where these Marines will march across the field and attempt to attack our face, our main base here. This is our face, this is how much HP we have. If this dies, we lose. Same thing for the opponents. If that dies, we win. So that is our objective. Now, in order to facilitate that, I am going to gain 1 more mana, or 1 more mineral, and then play Photon Overcharge. Photon Overcharge is a spell which gives my face, our base here, an attack. It's a basic ranged attack that is 15 damage per hit. So now any creature that comes nearby within pretty close range, like Marine range, will get slaughtered. Now, these Marines are played in a defensive posture, so they will not march across and try to attack us. Instead, they will simply patrol back and forth here in their staging area, or their defensive position, and try to keep themselves intact. I am actually going to be playing 1 card here, specifically Revelation. It permanently reveals all enemy cloaked units and structures. They have none, but that's not why I'm playing it. I'm playing it because it also draws 1 card. So that's going to be convenient. So I get 1 card. It's Psionic Orb, a giant spellcast that removes pretty much every enemy unit on the field. Great card, love it. Way too expensive for my blood. This costs 8 minerals and 3 gas. I am nowhere near that. Instead, we drew a new card off the top. It's called Heretical Scholars. Sends 2 High Templar in a defensive position, and draws the cheapest action card, the cheapest spell card from my deck. So I'm going to be casting that right now. Those units, just like Hearthstone, will spawn in the staging area and will be frozen or asleep for 1 turn and will not be able to move until next turn. My teammates have sent out some SCVs, some Ravens, and some Locusts, so they will go do things. This card draw, if you notice, specifically drew the card, but also removed our +1 draw at the start of the turn. So we don't get to draw a card at the end of the turn because we drew a card using the Heretical Scholars, so we're back to not being able to play any cards. So we just move on. It looks like the enemy have played a Raven, and they played 2 Wraiths, both of which, the Wraiths and the units are waiting their requisite turn, just being asleep until next turn. Oh god, they're starting the infestation already. Okay, well, I can't do anything about that for now, so I'm just going to not to do anything and end phase. They infested my Sonic Orb. This is a ability from an enemy card, so the enemy have played a card which infests one of mine. The infestation means that for every turn this card is in my hand, the enemy will spawn 4 Zerglings and 1 Hydralisk. And I have to play this card in order to get it out of my hand. Now, unfortunately, I can't afford this card, so it will not be played, or I will not be playing it in the foreseeable future, and that's all there is to say about that. However, what I can do is I can play Blades of Incursus. Sends 2 Dark Templar, 2 Stalkers, and 5 Zealots. Love to see it. Great. Now, naturally, all those units I've just played will be waiting for their turn, 1 turn, before they wake up and start attacking. And what else is there to do? Not much. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to cast... Yeah, it doesn't matter which I take. I'm going to take 1 more mineral. I'm going to cast Feedback. I'm also going to cast Dalam Architects. Feedback deals 200 damage to all enemy spellcasters, such as this Raven. The reason for that is this Raven is a detector, and by casting Feedback upon it, it will kill the detection, and thus they won't be able to deal with my Dark Templar. I'm also going to cast Dalam Architects, which sends 1 High Templar and 1 Dark Templar in a defensive posture, and then draws my cheapest structure card from my deck in place of next turn's draw. So I will not be able to draw next turn, but I was guaranteed to draw this Templar Archives. Now, conveniently, we have Dark Templar facing their units, slashing through their units, and they have no detection. In fact, we can see here that they are not spawning any detection. So unless they have a spell to cast, that's going to in some manner reveal my Dark Templar, then those Dark Templar will will be able to do whatever they want. I'm going to pick up 1 Vespine Gas and cast a Void Fleet, which sends 4 Void Rays with Rush. Rush is charge. It means that they are units, but they also don't have to wait a turn to attack, so they will be flying out onto the field. Looks like they did. They had some Ravens with Rush. That means that they have detection, and my Dark Templar will be slaughtered. My High Templar is casting Storm, which is great. Love to see it. I'm going to cast Psionic Blackout, which removes detection from 3 random enemy detectors. I'm also going to cast Dark Templar. And that's all I can do this turn, realistically. Because I'm not drawing any of my spells. This is a spellcaster deck. Really not drawing much in the way of spells, which is unfortunate. I can cast Psionic Orb. I don't really want to because... Oh god, I'm gonna have to cast. Okay, I'm gonna have to cast it. Psionic Orb is kind of an important part of my combo, so I prefer not to cast it if at all avoidable. We do have a hero unit on the field to support, but I think I'm going to have to cast it or we're gonna lose everything, so I'm just going to do that. Psionic Orb, it's gonna clear the map because that's what it does. And we do have Dark Templar on the field that should help push the rest of this out. I'll tell my team that I'm casting Orb. Conveniently, this will also discard the Sonic Orb card, which is infested, which means that they will no longer be spawning units for free due to the infestation, which is nice. Is this in time to save the hero unit? No. But it does wipe out all those Marines and the Zerglings and pretty much everything else there, which is great. And because we got rid of the detection, all my teammates' lurkers will remain undetected, and the DTs will pretty much clean everything else up. I'm going to cast Zeratul, which is a Dark Templar. He was heroic. Also has Rush, so he'll be on the field immediately. I'm not seeing any more detection on the field. They didn't cast any last turn, and it looks like they didn't cast any this turn either, so our lurkers and DTs will reign supreme, hacking and slashing everything to pieces. Looks like we don't have anything else meaningful to play, so I'm going to play New Beginnings, which recovers 2 cheapest cards with Rebirth from our discard pile. Rebirth is a special tag, which is applied to a certain specific set of cards, where the card will become empowered when it is drawn from the discard pile, which is a very rare mechanic. When it's recovered from the discard pile, the card will become empowered. Specifically, my Heretical Scholars became Merged Mind, which sends 1 Archon and draws the cheapest action card from my deck. This also has a Rebirth effect, so if I draw this from the discard pile, it will become empowered once again, which is going to be kind of important. This time, however, I'm going to play Deadly Saboteurs, because Deadly Saboteurs spawns 1 Lurker and 1 Dark Templar inside the highest value enemy structure, destroying it. Now, the highest value enemy structure right now is the Cerberus, which whenever its owner gains a spawn card, they send copies of all the units on that card. I do not want that to be happening, so I'm going to destroy that using these Saboteurs. And notice there is now a Lurker on the field. Unfortunately, they also sends a Raven this turn, so the Lurker will be killed off, as well as all of my Dark Templars and all that fun stuff. I'm going to cast Insidious Spy, which will blind this Raven specifically. Now, they've already killed off all my DTs, I think. It looks like it. So the DTs I won't be getting any massive benefit from this. However, my teammate has a substantial amount of ghosts and such, which would love to be cloaked. So I'm going to blind this anyways and stop it from detecting my allies' units. I'm also going to be casting Merged Mind, which will draw a card and send an Archon onto the field. I haven't cast any Mind Blast, have I? I have not. Okay. My teammates have observed that they're spawning a Thor and an Alexander, so they will. My teammates are handling those. I will send Dark Templar, and I can't do this without causing a problem. So I'm going to not do that. And then I'm just gonna end phase, sending 1 Dark Templar. What's the combo with Archive? I will happily show... It's a little bit complicated. I'll happily show it off when we get there. Basically, it allows me to infinitely cast spells, which is not a big shock, as the Templar Archive, whenever I play an action card that costs 8 or less, it shuffles that card back into the deck instead of discarding it, which just immediately screams going infinite, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to cast Queen and Pawn here. Queen and Pawn sends 1 heroic Queen of Blades, 1 heroic Dark Templar, and removes detection from all enemy units and structures. They have 1, which isn't amazing if I'm only hitting 1, but it's... my teammate has a fairly substantial amount of cloaked units, and I have DTs on the field, so I would prefer that those units maintain their presence on the field. Thus, my use of Queen and Pawn here. Let's see, I'm kind of running out of space in the hand. We need Zagara to go away. I've got a 50-50 shot of removing Zagara with this. I'm going to cast Solar Ray. Which will target the highest HP unit on the enemy team and deal 1,500 damage to it. Specifically, that's going to either take the siege tank or their Zagara. Both are okay choices. I would prefer removing Zagara over the siege tank. Unfortunately, they spawned an Ultralisk, which ate the shot for either of them. So Ultralisks are not particularly high priority targets here. It looks like my Dark Templar have sniped out that tank, which is great, and they're also assassinating the Zagara, which is also great. I'm going to cast Shadow Walk here, which will draw a card that sends Zealots, and then change all of those Zealots into Dark Templar. Amazing. I love it. Hello there, Aglarvisk. Welcome to the chat. I cannot cast Chrono Boost without overdrawing and burning some of my cards, so I'm not going to do that. And I do not have the gas to cast this alongside Chaos, Psionic Chaos. And I do not foresee me needing to cast Psionic Chaos this turn. Oh, wow, that's a whole lot of spawn all at once. Okay, so they spawned a bunch of charge or rush cards. So Psionic Chaos is probably going to happen next turn. Notice how they don't have detection, so the DTs are being basically a soft wall, blocking all this stuff. It's great, it's great, it's awesome. Going to cast Psionic Chaos here, which casts 10 Psionic Storms across all the enemy units, which will be absolutely devastating. Gonna be great. Yeah, so many specters. Yeah, no, it's great. I've been keeping them alive. Makes me happy. Let's go ahead and send that out here. What does he do? Stetman. At the start of each play phase, this unit's owner adds Terrazine canister to his or her hand. I don't know what that does, so we're just gonna ignore that. DTs and specters rummaging through everything. Mind Blasts. Okay. Not Mind Blasts. So I will cast Amon Chosen again. Send 6 Dark Templar and 8. Or send 6 Dark Templar and 6 Adepts. As Hyperion Yamato's that giant creature, removing it. They still have no detection, which means that we are kind of rinsing through them. Yeah, that's the end of that. Well done, team. We broke them. You'll love to see it. All right. So that's amazing. So I still miss the air support cards, but with the bug on air support, I can't justify it. We're just gonna have to let that be. Remember, guys, if you like this kind of content, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure to hit that follow button. Because remember, subscribing is free on YouTube. It's a good time all around. So now begs the question. What's next? Man, reading those... Brenda, why did you have to give me patch notes for Star Sector? Now I just want to play Star Sector. And now that I know that there's patch notes coming... There's a patch coming soon, I know I have to wait for the patch to release so I can start the pirate playthrough. Because that's going to happen. Oh god, it's so good. So much stuff. Don't have to wait. Yes, I do, and you know that. Alas. Gimmick decks can be fun, but also very brutal if you're not lucky. You see, that's why I don't like playing gimmick... In this, I don't like playing gimmick decks, because the categoric lack of card, or weakness of card draw, as well as the enforced thickness of the decks, means that you can't reliably get anything. Let alone gimmick decks. Which is why I'm not playing a gimmick deck. Well, I mean, I guess kind of sort of I am. I'm playing DTs. Heavy DTs. I don't have to play heavy DTs. I just find that it works particularly well if you get a little bit lucky. Ever play Star Citizen? I've never played it myself. I have been extremely tempted to. But every time I'm tempted to, I do another... research in another deep dive into the research of it, and I find that to be every time I'm disappointed. Like, I was just looking into it last week because my brother was playing Star Citizen. He's like, yeah. We were looking for... You guys know me. I game with my brother all the time. And he was playing Star Citizen just because he wanted to check it out. And the poor man was trying to make it like through the tutorial area. It's not really a tutorial area. He was making through the starter section where he was just trying to load something onto a ship. And it just didn't work. And when I say it didn't work, I mean like he put it on the ship. The ship phased through the world and just disappeared. And because he put something on it and the physics just broke. And when he finally got it, he had to like reload the game, restart his character, like reroll his character a couple times, but make it until it actually worked. And then when it finally worked, it duplicated itself. The item he put in glitched, so now it was attached to his ship and also still in his hand. And soft locked his character, so he had to remake his character again because there was 2 of them in the world. And his character became an invalid state, which was just crazy. And I'm like, why are you playing this? He's like, he spent something like 4 or 5 hours just trying to get his character to stop being invalid. After multiple tries, he's like, this is not worth it. And that was the end of Star Citizen. Sounds like the PTU. No, that was not the test. That was not the test. That was the release online. That was the public release. So that's the world in which it lives. That is the Star Citizen experience right now. It's got a lot of cool things, a lot of cool ideas. Yeah. Your deck uses a lot of gas, so there are mineral-only cards that could be useful. There's no real good mineral-only cards, but there are some mineral-only cards I could use. There are also some cards I could do that gives me more gas to play with. I find it to be terribly inconsistent, so I don't use them generally. Like, for example, there's a Vespine Geyser. It's a 3 mineral, 0 gas card that builds a structure. the Vespene Geyser. You'll see my opponents use it sometimes. And what that does is it gives me +1 gas for so long as that building exists. Which sounds nice, but it's also a dead card if I get it in the lighter half of the game. And it doesn't really do much if it dies, which happens very often because I'm not playing a structure deck, so I have no means of defending my structures. So I build it, the enemy kill it using any amount of structure targeted, and then it's gone. And then I don't have it. So it's basically a dead card at all points in time, except for the rare moments when the enemy doesn't have structure destruction, which is almost never. So, I tend to not use it. At least I used to use it, and then I took it out because I was getting absolutely no value out of it. But yeah, there are some cards that do... There are some cards that do Vespene Eco, as well as just generally cards that cost less Vespene. I don't really want to cast Storm here, so I'm not gonna cast Storm here. You were distracted for a bit, we moved to tech demo. I would say tech demo, but that's not some kind of tech you'd want to demo. Well, hello there, Hagatiba. Welcome to the chat. The less consistent you can make your gimmick deck happen, the less fun it is. Yep. This game seems to have like very low consistency. Oh yeah, that's a good way to put it. Okay, so we are going to do this and DT. Okay. Theoretically, if you keep Storm and Orb and that one that reduces cost at the end of the game, you could cast all 3 every turn. Yep. That's most of the idea, yeah. Alright, I need to cast Variant Storm here. I've got DTs that are clearing things, but not nearly fast enough. So what we do is we just pick up a gas and we cast Storm. My teammates are going to lose some structures here, which is unfortunate. But we will be removing most of their stuff. At least heavily damaging it. Man, the Storm's in the defensive area. A lot of their units are set to a tactical stance. The tactical stance is... Ooh, I can't cast most of these things here, can I? I can only cast one. I'm going to cast Saboteurs, which removes only their Assimilator, but it gets something on the field to break their stuff. But I did clear up everything else. DT, the Storms broke down most of it. DT's finished off the last stragglers, mostly. They still have a couple of things, but DT's will catch that. Oh god, look at all those Banelings. Banelings clean up DTs very consistently, because Banelings deal damage on death, whether or not that death was caused by their own detonation or anything else. Okay. I'm going to cast another Deadly Saboteurs. Nope, teammates got it. Did I already cast Blades of Shakuras? I did not. Good. I'll cast Amon's Chosen then. Okay, they now have detection on the field. Oh. Alright, in that case, I'm going to cast this, so I don't need to do that. And then I'm going to do this, so I will remove 2 detection. I can't. I need to cast Storm. Oh god. Alright. Can I do... What can I get away with here? There's too many things I need to do at once. I can do this first, because this detection will target this. And we'll lose the DT that comes out of it, but the Lurker will survive, which is something. Yeah, that DT is super dead. Okay. We are pushing. Good. They have 4 detectors on the field. Hopefully... Good. Hopefully we nail it with this. So this should remove 3 detectors. Hopefully it's the 2 mobile ones because the cannons won't do much. And then I get to draw DTs this turn. 7 DTs spawn. Great, great. Love to see it. Alright, we got the mobile detectors. Good, good. Okay, so we have 500, 500. Yes, these 2 cannons are still present. I'm going to cast Blades of Incursus, so we get some units on the field. They have another robotics bay. This lurker is incredibly useful. They have a defensive DT hanging out here. Man, this is not the world we want to live in, is it? Alright, I'm just gonna cast Solar Ray because I need to cast something, and this is going to deal something to someone. There we go. Removed this. We have almost broken. That's gone. If I cast... How many spellcasters they have here? 2, 3... Overclocked for Amon. Excellent. Alright then, in that case, I'll do this and this. Just to get these 2 out of my hand. Excellent. Hit the Kerrigan as well, which is great. Okay, so we are pushing. Oh, that is going to be more... Uh-oh. That's going to be hard to deal with. You're going to play some Minecraft? Minecraft's a good time. Ooh, excellent time to cast Mind Blast. That'll give me some, remove something. Probably the Thor, if not Kerrigan. Oh, you terrible human being. Yamato Cataclysm, you are a terrible human being. I love it. Alright. I've removed... Yeah. Removed something. Don't know what I removed, but it was thick. We've kept their detection online. We got it back immediately. Sweet. Alright, we've kept their detection down. I'm going to cast... Did we already do Heretical Scholars? We did not. So I don't have anything to cast here aside from Sonic Storm, so I'm going to cast that. Once this Photon Cannon goes down, I can cast 7 DTs onto the field, which would be amazing. Okay, so we've broken a great many things. Cataclysm working well. I'm just gonna make it all go away. I've got plenty of heavy hitting spells. I'm making it all go away. We will lose our lurker, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. Oh my god, he's casting this turn. He did it. He's already got it. The Mad Lad. He's got a super buffed Amon. He's got bonus armor, bonus HP. So this is plus 1000 HP and plus 1 armor. Oh, I mean, I tried. Alright, we've cleared the way for Amon to come over and slap happy everything. Alright, I'm not going to touch that. Let's go ahead and Blades of Shakuras with a side of Chrono Boost for the extra card draw. I believe my teammate is casting Yamato upon that. Cycloning. That doesn't really matter, I don't think. The lurkers, they don't have detection. It's beautiful. You love to see it. Oh god, he just ate 2 Yamatos and lived. And an entire Bane Burst and lived. Is Amon a bio unit? It's Armored, Psionic, and Massive. Which I don't think is considered bio. Either way, they don't have detection on the front lines, or DTs will smash all of this. They still have detection here, which does make me sad, but I just can't do anything about that. Alright, so Dayla, Mark attacks, and we're not going to play with that. We'll just leave that be. No, they killed off Amon, which is kind of impressive. It took them a lot of stuff to deal with that, but they dealt with it. Unfortunately, our DT... Well, we broke their front line for it. Unfortunately, our DTs are going to be within line of sight of their cannon. Which means they're going to die real quick. Nope, we're going to Sonic Blackout. I already played 1 Mind Blast, right? Yeah, okay, I can cast the second one. So, we keep these alive, which means these guys will carry on. That's 7 DTs left completely uncontested in their base, which is kind of a lot of DTs. We've got more stealth units in the field, and we got it back at me. So this one I cannot do. He's gonna break 3 of them. It's so pretty. Okay, Revelation. I don't need to reveal anything, but it's card draw, and we need more card draw. Still haven't found my Heretical Scholars, which is gonna be painful. Oh god. I mean, this counts as something, right? Alright. This lurker has been MVP. It has killed. This thing has single-handedly killed ridiculous value of buildings, which is great. All right, so from the shadows and photon cannon. This is going to give me 1 more DT to charge into the field, and photon cannon just get it out of my hand because I kind of need it out of my hand because it's terrifying. Because it takes up a card slot, and I can't get rid of it. I like thin decks. And we are dummy thick. Oh, they have detection. Anyone have blinding? Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, so they will reveal... I'll cast the one... I need 2 blinding, I only have 1. If we land this on the Science Specialist, a good chance the Lurker survives. Either way, these DTs are super dead. Or at least super revealed, which almost exclusively translates into dead. Yeah, Landed in the science vessel was detected anyways. I think they may have... I don't know. Did we already orb? We did not. Okay. This is fine too. I got nothing for this turn, so we're just gonna end. So this Mind Blast is a critical component of our combo, as is Psionic Orb. So we can actually cast this Psionic Orb in case of emergency because we have 2 of them in the deck, and this is only one of them. Ideally, we top deck a Vortex. It's not Vortex. Orb. I cast Orb. Okay. Command here. Nice. They queen and pawn us? Yeah, they did. Alright, so this won't do all that much to this group, but it will massively damage everything, as well as clear up all the little chaff here. I'm going to Revelation because we need detection. For no other reason. Oh, I can also cast Void Fleet, because I've got that. Revelation for detect. Hello there, Irish. How you doing today, man? Alright, so now we have vision on all those lurkers and madness and such, and it's good. No more stealth for you. Waiting for a game? Oh, good luck. Oh, finally, here's our Heretical Scholars, and we do have Vortex now, which is nice, but I don't think we need it anymore. Oh, 4 cards left in deck. Oh, that's so painful. Well, we're gonna be... This does mean that we will be, yeah. This does mean that we'll, probably be burning a card, but... Or not burning a card, we'll be taking empty deck damage for a turn, but oh my god. And we got a Chrono Boost. Alright, well, I'm gonna cast that to get it out of my hand, which means we're absolutely taking empty deck damage. We're taking exhaust damage from this. But... I can live with it. I need to thin my hand extensively. Hey there, Crazy Mouse and Crag. How you doing? God, the Yamatos are just devastating them. It's beautiful. You love to see it. Alright, so we've got everything we need. And if I do this... I can't do it this turn. Yeah, we're taking 1 empty deck damage. And I have to play Crystallized here so I don't burn a card. It is what it is. Okay, we're just going to end phase. Hope the team can hold the line. This Tempest explicitly needs to go, but the Archon is here. Should hopefully save the day. No, that teammate took it out. Alright, great. Okay, things are fine. I need to cast this, and then we can start the death. Lobby simulator is half the game. Yes it is. It's one of the driving factors beyond my last interests. Maybe beyond my not playing it. Nope. Uh-oh. But... Vortex. I can actually reobtain Vortex here if I do this. Anything else I want to do? Sonic Chaos? Yeah, Sonic Chaos. There we go. No more of that. Alright. Okay, as long as that Tempest stays dead, I won't get decked. Alright, so We orb. And Sonic Chaos again, because I can, and for no other reason. It's gonna be beautiful. Alright, time to ruin them all! Deck looks gas heavy, it is. But I have infinite spells. I will be casting ultimate wave clear spells every turn. It's gonna be great. And there goes their everything. Okay, we got Vortex again. We'll cast Psionic Chaos once more. Actually, I think I can bring this Brooder down. We'll Mind Blast it to death. I think this should target the Brooder. Probably. It did. Got my Brutalisk. My god. They have so much stuff. I think I hold. Okay. I'm not going to cast anything because I want to be saving up cards here. And I can afford it. As long as he keeps up with this guy's a problem. We're Mind Blasting. He has 330 compared to the Broodlord. Yeah, okay. Remove Hyperion before it becomes a problem. There we go. So much heresy must be purged. Yeah, and I've got the ability to do it. Torask. He spawned a Torask and I just yeeted it. Oh, sweet Jesus. That could have been bad. This man's Hyperion this needs to go. I'm gonna keep. I am absolutely going to keep. Something attacked this and I don't like it. Do they have a lurker here? They've got to have a lurker here, don't they? I gotta check this. No, it's just empty deck damage. Okay. Hey, Craig. Your clanmate Nova's on the other team. Alright, so what I need to do is I need to cast... Oh god, I need to cast this and this. I got the card I need. Great. Okay. I am going to orb again. When I get the chance. Unless this dies, does not. Alright, sweet. Orb. Bound Thought Orb. I'm not going to cast Chaos. There's their Amon. Okay, I don't have Mind Blast in hand. So I need to Unbound Thought, Chaos. All hail the orb. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Alright. Oh, to make a better deck? Oh yeah, this is the kind of stuff I'm super into. This is gonna kill this, isn't it? It is. Alright, so I have... Oh man, if I do this, I'm going to lose the combo. But I have to do it. Alright. Problem solved. One Amon removed. Alright, so I can't cast any spells this turn. I have to play this. I think we probably... Oh my god, that's so much stuff. Okay. I think we probably hold. Good. Our teammate has left the game. I don't think that's going to matter too much. He's probably out of cards to cast anyways. Alright, so now I do orb, and I probably just back-to-back orb, don't I? I think I have to chaos this turn or else we're not going to break everything. The lurkers, I don't trust them to... I don't trust them to clear everything up in time. Yeah, that's why. Okay, we desperately need orb again. Here we go. Just gonna hope they deck down fast, pretty much. Oh my god, is that a Thor? It is a Thor. It's okay. We do Mind Blasts, and it's not going to hit Thor, is it? Because they have units with higher HPs. In that case, we do Sonic Chaos. We are decking faster than they are. More accurately, they are... dealing damage to us where we are not dealing damage to them. Okay. God, they have so much stuff spawning. It's these things over here that are the problem. Okay, what is this target first? 130. It's gonna hit this siege tank, which... Here we go. Generally, this is what's known as losing. Yeah! It's close! 1000 HP. It's... I think they have it. Oh man, I gotta cast this again, don't I? And just hope I get lucky. If I get lucky and grab my draw card first, then we might be able to push. Oh my god, please tell me that he's gonna keep sending. I think he's got Broodlord Strain, which means that's infinite Broodlords. Alright, we're casting this to try to remove this. It's gonna slam that Tassadar instead. Oh no, I think it'll hit the... Yeah. Broodlord spawn, go away. We have... Oh my god, I think it's enough. Jesus Christ. We don't lose this turn, but we lose the next. Removed Corruptor spawn, great. This is a draw. Oh my god. We're going to take exhaust damage. And it's a draw. I think it counts as a defeat for both players. But yeah, a defeat for both players. Oh man. Oh, ha ha ha, man. It counted as a win for the other team. Jesus. Okay. Ah. Oh, well. That was a close one. I'm gonna do it again. That was exciting. That was exciting. I had you on the edge of the seat. Seriously, that was a good game. That was a nice one. What do the buildings do? The buildings provide some passive benefit for so long as they are alive. Every building is different. You have to look at each building individually. For the most part, the buildings will produce, or they will send 1 unit per wave. So like every time you hit the end turn button, your building will add an additional 1 unit to the spawn wave. Whatever type the building decides to construct. By the skin of their teeth and then some. Imagine if I wasn't casting spells that entire time. Like, I understand I'm a control deck and that's my job, but holy smokes, the amount of damage we dealt throughout that was crazy. This is why I want more card draw. I specifically want to cycle every card I have out of my deck. Just give me 10 fewer cards in the deck and I will be happy. Like, just straight up 10 fewer cards, period. And specifically Zerg buildings, again, that's going to be specific to every building individually. How to make decks? It's at the end screen, you'll notice there's some buttons across the top. One of them is make deck, or collection specifically. You go to collection and then from there you combine them into decks. Alright, I guess we're not playing cards this turn, which is understandable. Hello, Siege Tank. Welcome to the party. Oh god, are you gonna set up... Oh god, are you setting up all the way over there? You mad lad. Okay. I'm gonna cast Revelation here, just for the card draw and for no other reason. Love to see a Marine spam deck. Those are a thing. The Marine spam deck is quite popular, actually. You'll see it fairly often. Wait, it's a pom-pom tank. It's not even a siege tank. It killed their detection, which I am super happy for, by the way. Let's see. Anything else I want here? No. Got a chrono boost for the extra economy. Honestly, I should probably not chrono boost ever. Because I'm not hurting for resources, I'm hurting for card draw, and Chrono Boost is like an option select card where you either get card draw or eco boost depending on if you are max eco or not. So we have just all of our blind spells, our blinding spells. Missile turret, missile turret. So I have just shy of cast all of my... You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna cast every bit of my... No. From the shadows. Because we have units on the field and they don't. So we are very likely to break their detection here. Wow. They brought some tanks onto the high ground at the worst possible moment. So now I've got ADT on the field, which is not the best. I'm going to cast Deadly Saboteurs here. As much as we are absolutely going to break both of these structures, if I cast this, it will spawn a Dark Templar and a Lurker, which is going to make their lives so much more difficult to deal with. Because then they will have 2 DTs and a Lurker on the field and no detection, which is just going to be painful for them to deal with. So even if they clean up the Marines, they're still going to lose all their units. And you want a marine spam? Well, Terran is here. I'm going to preemptively cast Sonic Storm. I don't know what they're spawning. I don't care what they're spawning. I'm going to kill it. And that's what's going to happen. Also going to cast Insidious Spy so I have an extra space in the hand. Yep. Yep. Problem solved. You like that orbital drop of Marines all over their base? That's how that be. That is, that's Marines for you. Usually, Marine spam decks don't end the game that quickly, because there's 3 players in the enemy team, and if one of them has something like, I don't know, Sonic Storm, or Banelings, or anything of that caliber, they clear out the Marines real quick. But, that one happens that kind of thing does happen sometimes. From a nail biter to a stomp, seriously. It was, nice. Huge contrast to the last game. Yeah, it happens. Same kind of thing happens to the DTs. Like, sometimes like, oh yeah, turn 2, spawn 4 DTs. The enemy team doesn't get detection until wave 15, and the DTs end the game by wave 8. So, like, that happens sometimes too. Well, hello there, Snowdrop. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's a good time. Oh, speaking of welcome in, did you guys check out the, make sure to check out the video released earlier today, because the video was a good time. I had a lot of fun with that. Highly recommend checking it out. I am absolutely going to be making more of them. I have been informed that I have a nickname among the German community, which is more of a Ford's topic, but apparently I am named Project Unaussprechlich, which is, I don't exactly know what that means. Like, Google Translate tells me what it translates to. I'm guessing it has some connotation that I don't fully understand, because Unaussprechlich, I don't need to roll the R. Unaussprechlich translates to unspeakable, or like unpronounceable kind of thing. Like unutterable, like physically unutterable. And I'm guessing it has some connotation that I'm unfamiliar with because I don't live in Germany. I could probably ask my aunt what that would mean. Not that I mind. Like, I don't mind the nickname at all. It's just funny to me. It may just be because my name is impossible to say and that's it. Hey, it's not that hard. It doesn't have a connotation. Okay. Okay. It's interesting. That implies it's literally just my name is difficult to say, which is funny to me, especially given that, like, it's every tour, but it's like, all right, let's see. Let's try to come up with the wildest Germanic name to see how difficult we can make it just for Incursus to attempt to pronounce. I'm gonna keep from the shadows. I can... the benzene price vergleiche. Every time. They replaced it with spec... what is it? Spec vergleich... what was it? Spec price vergleiche. Which is different word entirely. The brave siege tank. I don't know. I genuinely have a lot of fun with it. It's a good time all around. Maybe it's similar to He Who Must Not Be Named, the Unspeakable or something like that. Yes. Team foliage reporting in. Oh no. These are my Head Templar. That's their side. I was looking at my side, trying to figure out how I'm going to counter that stuff. It's my stuff. My team stuff, more accurately. Convenience. Get this going quickly. Sooner we get this done, the faster, the less I have to worry about it. Have a defensive Archon on the field would be great. If there's Marine spam, there must be Zealot spam. Zealot spam, not really. Like, you can, but for the Zealot spam, it's more general Protoss units than it is specifically Zealots. With Terran, you can specifically spam Marines. With Protoss, you spam Zealots and Adepts and Stalkers and Dragoons, and it carries on like so, but... I guess if you've never heard anyone pronounce it, it's kind of hard to know as a German. I'm not quite so familiar with... Like, I would think Incursus would not be so difficult to pronounce. Like, obviously I'm saying Incursus as a... in the American accents, as a more European, or I guess like Greek, Latin accents, it would be something more like Incursus. But even that is, like, I can understand that. Like, if you're gonna say it Incursus or something similar to that, then it makes sense to me. But unpronounceable, I do not. I just felt like I was missing something. Like I was missing some context. Maybe the German accent makes it quite difficult for reasons I don't understand. DT going ham. Oh, they have a detector somewhere. It's right here. And they killed my DT. Alright, let me go ahead and get this guy out. Also Storm, because they have grouped units. And these are the anti-structure. Oh, we don't really have any structures, so it doesn't matter. They only have one detector, so I'm only going to cast this one. Like what's happening to us like last round? No, I've got Storm to deal with this stuff. Like, I'm not concerned about the Marine spam. It's like Salzwerk. If you've never heard it pronounced in German, it's hard to nail it. Understandable. I think people reading phonetically could struggle to sound it out. I don't know. Like, Incursus reads... It doesn't have any, like, combo letters, like silent letters or anything. I can understand the difficulty in slamming some of those specific syllables together. But that's once you've sounded it out once, you're done kind of deal. Oh my god. I should have seen that one coming. Then you take something like Salzwerk. I guess it's a difference in language. Is that a Thor or an Odin? No, we're fine. Because in English, it's Sal's work. If I were to read that phonetically as the word as the letters are written. I'm just gonna draw quickly here. Pronouncing those same letters with the German pronunciation is something more like Salzwerk, which is a little bit different because it's got a v, like a hard V sound rather than the W that would be of English, and it's got kind of this almost T, like it's like a hard Z, like a Salzwerk. It's a little bit different. What was the name they called me again? Let me visualize this real good. Let me read this off real quick. Yes, what Philip Schmidt has posted. It's a project unaussprechlich. Incursus basically reads Incursus in German. Okay. Yeah, that can... You see, that's what I was thinking, yes. In German, we would write that sounds as... Yeah. Okay, that tracks. Okay. Hey, this is gonna be a good turn in Solar Ray. Can I shadow? No, not shadow walk this turn. What happened? Did it get killed immediately? Okay. Well, my Void Ray didn't do anything, which is unfortunate. I cannot cast all of these in one turn. Okay, but if I instead do Shadow Walk, Crystallized, Mind Blasts, I think I can remove Linked Assembly. I might hit that Colossi, which would be fine. Alpha Fleet. Alright, I could work with that. Oh god, they've got so much stuff. Unaussprechlich is a fine word. It does mean unpronounceable. Yes. I don't have Storm or anything. That concerns me greatly. What can I snipe off? Oh god, he doesn't have any upgrades yet. Perhaps I wait on this? In terms of detection, there are detectors on defensive duty. I don't see anything else here, so we're casting DTs onto the field and Revelation to refill our cards. Nice snipe. Good job. This is what I wanted to remove. Oh my god, he's already Carexed. Okay. I wanted to remove this before he hit the Carex, but he hit that real quick. I'm going to Zero Tool and Revelation. I'm going to Zero Tool and Sonic Blackout, so we can remove this and anything they may spawn this turn. I got it! Alright, so we're going to have 8 DTs on the field, hack and slashing away through their front lines, which is a fairly substantial amount of DT. That's Templar for days. Alright, so now I do Saboteur to start breaking their rear ends while they are licking their wounds. Next turn I can New Beginnings and Revelation to set up the combo. Oh no, they used a sensor sweep. That's a spell-based detection. They also brought a missile turret on the field, so they've got... Wow, they used... Was that 2 or 3 different... I think that's... all 3 players use no, 2 players use detection. One of them used 2 different detection. So we're gonna queen and pawn and also revelation. This will blind all their detection, give me a card to draw as well. I think technically, yeah, I can use one. I can't use that Mind Blast, as I haven't. Yeah. I can't use that Mind Blast. I can, however. Vortex. I will lose a Stalker. My team loses a couple Ghosts and a Thor. They lose pretty much everything important to them. Did they just build another one? Oh my god, they built another one of these after Queen and Pawn. Oh no, my Zeratul. Okay. Yeah, they're slamming more detection onto the field, which is unpleasant. I can take out one of them, as well as... I think I need to... I guess I don't need to cast this right now. Hey there, Hawklight. Hawklight, long time no see. How have you been, man? Alright, I've removed this one, so they still have detection down here. I'm gonna need to cast Storm. Alright, I guess Chrono Boost for the card draw. That'll bring us back up to top cards. And then next. Still don't need to feedback anything, which is fine. They have a Protoss. Whenever there's a Protoss on the enemy side, I tend to want to keep feedback on the field because it's quite the good for Protoss opponents. My teammate here, Snowdrop of the Incursus clan, holding the line with Mass Marine, unfortunately does not have any supporting structures, mostly because they keep breaking them all. Alright, so we'll cast Double Templar here. I don't need to Vortex this turn. You've been well busy with school and Gundam Evolution. Good game is good. And like all the other things you guys know you do. Yes. You are many things. Busy is among them. Very busy. Honestly, I've got 8 cards left in my deck and I haven't drawn half of my storms. So I've gotta wait. That's all there is to it. I think I haven't even... Have I drawn both? I did. Okay. Both Saboteurs. Alright, so DT's on the field again. I've only got 3 of them, but it's something. It will tickle them down. I can cast this guy, although I suspect it's not going to make a dent in most of what's happening here, especially given that our heroic units are getting a little bullied. I'm gonna cast it anyways, because I can. Need to get it out of the hand. Alright. Oh my god, that's so much stuff spawning. They just have too many structures. Like, we didn't do a good enough job of cleaning through their structures. Oh my god, that's a problem. That's a huge problem, and I don't have any way of dealing with that aside from the DTs on the field. Like, I need the team to deal with that. Wow. This doesn't break my combo, but I still need to draw 5 more cards before I can really carry on here, which is... that's not gonna happen. I already used 1 Vortex. I don't want to use another just for this. Oh, convenient. This will mean it delays my use of the combo by 1 turn, but... it does mean I can remove this guy. Yeah. It's about best I could hope for. Well, that's the end of that. We tried. There is one thing I think I want to put on here, only because it's too good to pass up. That's not true. It's not too good to pass up, but Sieging Tempest. I think I replace Solar Ray with at least one Sieging Tempest. I can also replace Blades of Shakuras? Probably one Blades of Shakuras with Sieging Tempest. It's just, man, such a love-hate relationship with Sieging Tempest. Like, it's a good card, but it's so situational. And in this deck, I'm casting it whether or not it's useful. I'm just casting it immediately whether or not it's useful. And that's not good. So probably a good half of the times I'm casting it, like at least, it's just not going to do anything. But the other half of the times, it saves us from games like that. Oh, Hawklight, you excited for the start of the new semester? Because it's there. Things should be kicking off about soon, yeah. Like actually kicking off beyond, you know, week 1, week 2 opening introductions. Last semester, isn't that so exciting? Finally get your license to work, license to start a career. If only you weren't taking 5 AP or honors classes. Oof. That's kind of a lot. Hello there, Nameless. Welcome to the chat. And Gabe Hawk, good luck out there. And yes, that is indeed the power of buildings, structures. It's a good time. You know, there's a variant of this kind of deck that I'm interested in trying. It uses Void Rift, which permanently reduces the maximum mineral, cap by 2, and permanently increases my maximum gas cap by 3. This would enable me to play Amon as well as the combo more consistently, but would prevent me from using those high impact spells without the combo, which wouldn't be the worst thing, but my experience with mild testing has been poor results, to say the least. It has basically resulted in me keeping the Void Rift card in my hand until the end of the game and not playing it until it's the last thing I need to do. Which I could try doing that, but that just adds one more dead card to hand. But hey, it would allow me to play cards more reliably throughout the game. But man, because then I would have something like, let's see, I would have ostensibly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I would have 9 dead cards in the deck, which, if I get all of them before the end of the game, then I just soft locked out of playing the game. Just not. Not ideal, to say the least. But if I don't draw specifically those cards, then get this, I would be able to play more cards. Oh god. I'm tempted because it feels so bad. It feels so bad trying to get any 2 cards in your hand at once. You love Magic the Gathering, but in space. I mean, that's pretty much what this is. I mean, I compare it more to Hearthstone, but the same difference. Hello there, der Gold Hung Live. I said that like Spanish. Der Gold Jung. I've got too many different languages in my brain. The letters are meaningless to me now. And I only speak English. Alright, cast Revelation. I should wait. I should wait because this guy's gonna cloak. You're a friend of Zaltzvuk, or how I call him, Cell's work. Oh no. Yes, I figured with the name. Generally, when we have someone Germanic come in, for those who don't know, Zaltzvuk is he's the largest German native forts content creator right now, and as you guys may not be surprised to hear, Forts is quite popular on the German side of the world. So it's always a good time to have you guys come in here. I do genuinely love it. Wednesdays are my favorite day to stream because I can stream at an hour when we get everyone, and there's so much variety, so many different walks of life that come in to say hello. It is genuinely good fun, even though I often struggle with many of the names. Hey, Son A. Welcome in. Lurking, I imagine. These DTs are gonna chase this Marine to the edge of the world. This is what's happening now. I got him. Good. Is it this one doing it? Nope. Which one's doing? I probably did a card. Okay. What am I casting here next? More DTs. Will I ever upload Forts videos on YouTube again? Or did I stop that forever? I mean, do the streams not count as videos? No, I know what you mean. I have a hard time coming up with good ideas for the videos. I want to, but it's hard to do some videos that haven't already been done multiple times. Even the like I was looking through the Blitz and Intern stuff. Even that stuff is basically repeated contents from what we have from, let's say, persons like myself and Fraz and such have already done. It is ostensibly, oh, these are popular things that have worked before. Let's do it again. It's great content. It's just I can only do it so many times. You know, Blitz and Intern want to hop on it. Do it. That's what they do best. So I struggle to come up with ideas that I haven't already done multiple times, let alone ones that have gotten boring and memed on content in live streams, you know. Well, there goes my DTs again. Alright, what am I doing here? I think I'm casting Deadly Sab on this. I'll lose the DT, but the Lurker will survive. Oh, that's beautifully placed. Once the DT walks over here into range of the missile turret, it's gonna get siege tanked. It's gonna be great. Let's see, what else am I doing here? Amon's Chosen, casting Amon's Chosen. Let's go. Did I try a tower defense spam deck yet? There isn't much in the way of defensive structures that you can spam. Most of them are... There's plenty of structures you could spam, if that has not been clearly saying. But in terms of defense structures specifically, like bunkers, missile turrets and such, not really spammable. There just aren't enough cards in the deck for that. Mind you, when you have 3 players that are all Terran, and they each have their own versions of missile turrets, they could get a significant amount of them on the field, you know? Alright, let's go ahead and get this in here. I'll hold off the next round, I think, as we should get our 7 DTs cast. Cannon decks are true. That's true. The cannon spam decks are actually kind of scary. The 2x forge, bunch of spawners and pylons. Yeah. Those are terrifying. Like, well and truly terrifying. I'm sorry, was that... Did they kill the lurker here? Oh yeah, this is in range now. I'll rip my lurker. 2 missile turrets. Yeah. Alright, we'll do this. This. Should do this next round. It's fine. I can't be perfectly casting every time. What kind of deck is this? Control style deck. Spell heavy. My objective is to solve problems. Is the enemy being a problem? I'm here to solve it. Whatever that problem may be. I can Mind Blast one of these out of the game. He's definitely got a second one. He's got 2 of these over here. Yeah. Alright. There we go. T3 cannon accelerator. It doesn't work very well. The projectiles have a limited lifespan. If you send them up, they don't come back down. Ever. I don't need to be Sonic Storming here in a strange twist. So I'm not going to do that. Unless they spawn a whole bunch of Marines right now, which I don't think they're going to do. I'm just going to activate the weapon on our main base. Let that be. Yeah, they didn't spawn a bunch of stuff. However, they did spawn more detection, which is sad to me specifically. I am going to blind it again. I'm going to cast card draw as well. I'm also going to cast Storm because I want all this dead. I'm specifically going to be casting Blind so that my teammate's Lurker doesn't dead. I would prefer it to be alive, if at all possible. The main base should eliminate this battle cruiser rather rapidly. Alright, so Lurker lives, which means it does cheeky things for the foreseeable future. I can cast Heretical Scholars and Sonic Orb to go with it, to finish off all these damaged creatures. You love to see it. We will get 1 spell back from the Heretical Scholars. Next turn, guaranteed draw. Sonic Blackout. I don't have DTs or cloaked things to go with it. But we can clear out their detection the next time it becomes a problem. Or the next time they have any. They do have a Psi Disruptor, which is relevant. It needs to go away. Psi Disruptors prevents each enemy player from spending 1 of his or her minerals. I am the enemy player in this case because this is an enemy Psi Disruptor. So for so long as that building exists, which it no longer does, then that structure will prevent me from from utilizing all 8 of my minerals. I can only use 7 instead, which is kind of important given that some of my spells, well, many of my spells require, 8 minerals. If I vortex, this dies, but we kill the Thor. And many other goodies along the way. Man, it pains me to do this. So we're gonna lose the Lurker, gonna lose an Observer. But we kill 2 heroic scouts and an Odin. Why would he Scourge Cloud? Okay. Oh, that held. Good job, team. These are enemy tanks. I thought those were allied tanks. Okay. I think I Sonic Storm here to work on those tanks. They have so many structures. So I'm more than halfway through my deck. I haven't drawn my structure removal yet, which is really rather unfortunate, because I would love to be removing the structures at any point in time in this game. Got 3 more structure removal cards in my deck here. The storms are not going to cast on the tanks. I can't actually control what the storms cast, but they're absolutely not going to cast on the tanks. Let's see. I think I can't. I don't recall if I archived this. So I think this one is part of the combo and cannot be used. Okay. So I just played nothing this turn. I cast some storms because I had those built up, ready to go. Siege tanks are going to be the devastating. Alright, I'll get you on the field. They have no detection, but we really don't have much in the way of damage output here, so... I don't need to expend cards this time. Air support, reactor, and reactor. They've got a lot of structures incoming, is what I'm seeing here. Okay, this can help keep us alive, but I desperately need to draw any of my building destruction at any point in time in this game. That would be great. I've got 3 of them. I need to draw at least 1 before this game ends. Which is apparently not going to happen. They don't have a Protoss, so I'm not particularly keen on casting this. Or hanging on to it. So I'm just going to not do anything, because I don't need to. And the only thing this would hit is specifically these 2 wraiths. Which is not super important. They have no medics. No surviving medics anyways. Alright, now... Oh, look! Here it is. At one time when it's not going to make that much of a difference because we're getting overrun. I'm going to cast it anyways. Watch us get our other structure our other tempests next round. Alright, so we killed their ghosts and their wraiths, both of them? I think so. Alright, the problem... Called it! Okay, let me do this. Just so we have something on the ground to contest. If we don't have air units or air control at all, then these tempests just die. They also are dealing with it via those, which is understandable. It's just such a shame that the cards we needed were on the bottom of the deck. Like, there's no counterplay to that. Like, you can't load your deck with anti-structure and then not draw it into the bottom 10 cards and then expect to have, you know, a functional deck. It's just not how that works. Everything else is part of the combo, so I'm kind of running out of cards here. Watch me draw Saboteurs now. Void Fleet. I mean, that helps. Betting he does another Yamato. It's kind of late. If only I got these cards 20 cards earlier, would have been in a much better place. It's not even like I needed them for a combo. They could have just been one-off. One-off cards that were useful. Alright, well, we're not even getting this one structure. They've got too many SCVs at the moment. Yeah, GG. Well played, well played. Welcome to Keystone. So the real trick is you play it again, and then you don't get screwed out of drawing your cards anywhere in the top 90% of your deck. And then you just win instead. And that's how that works. If you re-queue enough times, it averages out to being average luck. It just feels really bad when the 3 cards you need are the bottom 10 cards in your deck. StarCraft is crazy with these custom games. I know, right? There's so much good stuff. Aren't there cards you can do to search your deck? Nope. Not really. There are a few cards that will draw the occasional spell that will draw. Like I do have some deck searching cards, but they're all incredibly random. It's things like draw a random Zealot card from your deck, or like I've got that one. I've got draw a random spell from your deck. I've got that one. I've got a lot of draw random spells. But there is nothing that draws anti-structure specifically. Need to draw a fleet card. Yep. That would be nice. Deck too thick to draw anything reliably. Like, I have... This deck actually doesn't have literally every possible draw card. But... what happens when you run out of cards? If you run out of cards in your deck, you take exhaustion damage, which is 100 damage to your main health and 100 damage to every structure you own, which adds up quickly. This man has consistently started with a siege tank, and I'm envious. Very envious. Let's see, a gateway and a barracks. Excellent. Alright, Craig. We'll be here when you come back. I'm going to attempt to keep Chrono Boost in hand, so I can use it as card draw rather than eco gain. Obviously, it will slow us down a little bit, but I can live with that. They have so many structures going up already. All 3 players are playing structures. Not a shock, actually, but nevertheless. Siege Tank does win that battle, but that's not a battle it can win next turn because there's another Zealot on the way. I have no cards that I can play, so we're just... I mean, I guess I could play Storm, but I'm not going to Storm 2 Marines. That is many more structures on the way. Alright. What are you? Detection. I can play Storm. Next turn, if I don't play this, then I will be forced to play a card next turn, or I will burn. But I have a couple flavors of Storm that I can bring onto the field. I think I lose both my DTs here. They got way too much detection on the field. Yeah, that is 3 detectors. Okay. Alright then, I will be playing... Do I Storm this? Tempted to Mind Blast you. Which I can do. Yes. Because this guy fetches... This guy will draw a structure card for the opponents every turn he's alive. And I want him gone. It doesn't look like the kind of hand I want early game. It is not the kind of hand I want early game. And it's explicitly the hand I want after round 15. It's exactly the hand I want after round 15 and never before. Alright, so here, and then next turn we Amon's Chosen, and then it's Void Fleet. So I'll be able to apply some pressure, but yikes. Interestingly enough, I have a card draw card in hand, but it was likely that I will not be able to play it because I won't be able to empty my hand enough to draw, which is not usually the case. See how that works. They are at this point, a lot of the stuff is coming from structures, which I would really very much so love to have structure destruction. Like anti-structure cards very quickly. We are 25% of the way through our deck. We have 4 anti-structure cards. Haven't drawn one yet. Lord knows, it could be like last round where they ended up all four ended up on the bottom. Okay. Ever tried Icebanding Escape? I have. It's not super into it. It's not bad by any means. I'm just not super into it, you know? It's a type. It's something for a type. It's not me. Alright, so now we got some Void Raids on the field just to apply some pressure because units are strong. They've got a lot of cannons. A lot of fun with multiple people. You know, you and I have 2 very different definitions of fun. And that's okay. We are going to be casting so many storms. Oh my god, and he's got Infested in there? Okay, you've got full... Got Purification Carrier? I do not have Purification Carrier in this deck. I've tried having Purification Carrier. It's bad. It does not work with this deck. Like, at all. It's quite not good. Like, it's incredibly anti-synergist. I need Queen and Pawn before I start sending DTs again or something like that. We're just gonna Storm again. Because they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 detectors on the field. So we're not doing DT shenanigans until Queen and Pawn comes up, which is locking us out of a lot of cards. So probably we'll just have to spend them because I can. Oh man. Good news is I can cast Psionic Arp. You know, we've only got 26 cards. We started with 40 cards. We're down to 26. Still haven't drawn any anti-structure. Which, like, you can't... Like, there is no counter to putting every anti-structure card in your deck. Well, we don't have everyone. Most of the anti-structure cards in your deck, and then not drawing them. Like, there's no counter to that. Like, here comes even more structures. That's a lot of cannons. Alright, just play and get some units on the field as we need it. That's why you have 8 anti-structure cards. Yep. It's great when you do that, and it doesn't matter because you don't draw them. Because deck has 40 cards. And no real card draw. Because the game literally doesn't have... I'm just complaining at this point. I'm just frustrated. Oh, sweet Jesus. We got it. We got anti-structure. All right. Just gotta keep him... Oh my god, he's doing it again. Oh, that's right. He's gonna keep doing that for a very long time. Because every time a probe fails to construct something because there's no more space on the map, it just goes off and hides until next round. So we're gonna be seeing a lot of that. I will be casting Orb. I will be casting Vortex here. Because I want to remove all of this. All this stuff. Great. Love to see it. Alright, make it all go away. Good. So, these Tempests are special. Their AI is set that they only target structures, which means that we won't be seeing structures here. Like, they won't get distracted by shooting at units like the Scouts. Which has its up and down. Because if they don't shoot the Scouts, then the Scouts will kill them. But they're just going to take out all structure. And they're going to focus the cannons first because that's how the AI works. I think I don't actually want to cast Orb here, so we're just going to hold off. I did hear a nuke. A nuke landed. That's nice. Unfortunately, oh, well, here come Scourge. And there go the Tempests. Okay. That's not an ideal world to live in. And no Deadly Saboteurs. It will kill this, which is something. Will immediately die because they have massive amounts of detection nearby, but it will also remove that particular unit, which is nice. Okay, this is a dead card for the foreseeable future. I need to play one card. I will play Sonic Orb. Pains me a little bit, but here we go. They have Spore, they do, but I need to play a card. I needed to play a card, and it's gonna do, and it did something. That got rid of their Disruptor spawner, which is better than not having it. Better than burning a card. Alright. That is what we call a lots of damage. And we're pushing them. Because of that, I'm going to immediately cast Sonic Storm again. And that nuke will land and won't do much damage to their units. Will splash onto their structures a little bit. Which is also fine. I'm okay with this. Good. Alright, so we've drawn two of our... We have two more anti-structure cards, and we're now... There's two more anti-structure cards left in the deck. We're now more than halfway through our deck. This will force our next draw to be a building, which means we'll draw a second Templar Archives. But it also spawns a High Templar and Dark Templar, and a defensive stance in our field. They were fine. Burning cards is a sin? Yes, yes it is. Alright, so we have pretty much broken them with good amounts of siege tanks and well-timed advances. I'm going to cast Sonic Blackout here, knock this out. Not that we have stealth units, really. But as it stands, I cannot cast Second Orb. That's part of our combo. Can't cast Mind Blast. Oh, the stasis. That's not ideal. Okay, well, we tried. Queen and pawn. Yeah, let's just do it. Get it onto the field here. Is there anything else I want to do? I could just dump. If I cast... Did I already cast? I haven't cast... I still have another Chrono Bruce in the deck. I'm likely to have to cast the Insidious Spy and the Blackout for no other reason than just to get it out of the hand. Which is fine. Not ideal, but it's fine. I have so much sabotage in deck? Yes, yes I do. Alright, this is more card draw. Alright, so we are just dumping. Get out, please. This is a dead card, this is a dead card, this is a dead card, this is a dead card. So I only have 4 cards to work with here, and I'm gonna draw 1 card from here. This I cannot play without risking losing the combo. Like burning the combo piece. I card drew into more card draw, which is how that usually goes. Oh look, more card draw. Alright. This is actually kind of awkward. I may have to force burn something and risk it. But we're playing Revelation here for the card draw. Card draw, bottom of the deck. Let's see it. We're now in the bottom quarter of the deck. Hey look, DTs. Okay. Fortunately, the team has managed to do to them what they were doing to us, which is amazing. Sun DT, yeah. I do have Heretical Scholars, which I cannot play. So I can't do this until I remove... Alright, if I can get Mind Blast, I can cast this with Mind Blast, which would enable me to have an extra space in hand, so I can cast this and get it out of the hand. Perfect. Oh look, there's a Queen of Blades there. So I'll go down to 7 cards. I mean, we're going to win anyways, but... It's good enough, yeah? Alright. Great, you love to see it. Okay. Alright, well played. So much sabotage, yes. This deck... So given that there are 40 cards in the deck, it is quite impossible to have a deck that only does one thing, because there is no gimmick, no tribe, no set of synergies which only ever affect one thing. You will run out of tribe cards and cards which synergize with said tribe cards long before you fill up your deck. Like, you can have every tribe card, every card that synergizes well with said tribe card, and every card draw card, and still, like, literally every card draw card, and still have extra space in the deck that you must necessarily fill up. Which is extremely painful, because you have what is ostensibly either dead card, not dead cards, but cards that you just fill with random one-off decent cards, like high-value standalone cards. But that just means, oh no, I'm drawing 10 high-value standalone cards in a row and nothing for my combo. So we drop the combo, and that's how that goes most of the time. Wouldn't something like 20 card cycling be more fun? I mean, depends on what you're into. Personally, I'm into cycle. Not everyone is. Alright, so this gets out of the hand. This gets out of the hand. This is playable early, so we're going to keep it. Infested deck was pretty one effect. Yes, but that also had something like 12 cards. I think I just need to... Okay, well, this is my life now. The thing about the Infested deck is I had something like 12 or 13 cards, which were just good, solid standalone. Because they didn't affect the gimmick. They didn't affect the tribe at all, and they didn't synergize. And every card I had either synergized or was card draw. And I still had... still had something like 12 or 13 cards that were just good standalone because there was just too much space in the deck. I wonder if they'll be on the same team. Probably not. I mean, statistically, yes, but I'm convinced it's rigged because at this point it would be it's like a statistical wonder that we haven't been on the same team yet, and yet here we are. Resource curve is also a thing. You need to make sure you're not too top or bottom heavy. So here's the thing. You start turn 1 with 1 mineral and 0 gas. During turn 1, you gain 1 mineral or 1 gas. At the end, when it's all said and done, what you get... Do they have... They don't. What you get is a whopping 11 minerals, or 11 resources. That's 8 minerals and 3 gas. Now, so you start with 1, so you only need 10 turns to hit max economy. And catch this, max you start turn 1 counts as one of those 10 turns. So what you end up with, am I going to save this for, I think we're going to save this for something else. So what you end up with is you end up only needing 10 turns to hit max eco. But the game's going to go for 35 turns. Or 30 to 35 turns most of the time. So for 25-ish of your turns, you're at max economy. Which means if you have 25 cards that are maximum eco, that are maximum price, you can afford them more often than not. Which is... it throws it off a little bit. It's not like Hearthstone where the game goes for 15 turns and you get 1... and you only need to get up to 10 resources. Am I gonna do this? I am. Alright. I'm going to cycle this back into my deck so I have some more to play with just in case they get crazy with it. Because I want to keep these, because this applies pressure to them they wouldn't otherwise have. Alright. They do have cloaked banshees, which is scary. But we have cloaked Templar, which is even more scary. I can't play that this turn anyways. So we're going to do this. But yes, you do have to make sure you're not too top heavy or bottom heavy. But your deck most of the time looks like an inverted pyramid. Because there's not a whole lot of benefit to having low-cost cards. So remember, there's extremely scarce amounts of card draw in this game. So if you have a bunch of low-cost cards, you can't play them because your top deck, you start almost immediately top decking anyways. I don't play this guy. It's like, oh, I have a bunch of low-cost cards. So if I drew 4 low-cost cards and 4 high-cost cards, what I end up with is 2 turns later, 4 high-cost cards, because I played all the low-cost cards in 1 turn, and I've just been drawing a high-cost, playing a high-cost, drawing a high-cost, playing a high-cost. And if every time I drew a low-cost card, I just played a high-cost card because I could afford it, and then went back to playing low-cost cards when I drew multiple low-cost cards in a row. That is a lot of Marines. Fortunately, we have Storm and card draw. If you have too many low-cost cards, which is like more than 5, you end up expending your hand and living off of top decking. Kind of the nature of the game. Do they get detection? Nope. Alright. Yes, they have detection now. How much detection? They have exactly 1 detector. It'd be a shame if I broke it. DT doing defensive things, keeping us intact. Well, that's unfortunate. They cloaked the thing I wanted to stab. So now I can't stab it. Which means we're going to be losing out on resources for the foreseeable future. Well, okay. Let me get this going. So we need detection now. I've got detection on the way. Here it is. We just have to physically push forward. They still don't have detection. Good. Alright, I guess I'm playing this because I can. Gets me a storm, which is cool, cool. Okay. Is there anything else I need to do here? No, you get a couple Marines in here, but we're dealing with that, so I'm just not going to cast cards this turn. Shield batteries. Okay, that's fairly substantial amounts of Marines, so I will be casting this guy. Remove it all. Please. Thank you. Sieging Tempest would be amazing to have right now, but only if they were already on the field. Because these shield batteries are going to take a while to burn down. Banelings! Nope, Baneling should solve that problem pretty quick. Or not. They had a hero unit who ate all the banelings. Understandable. Okay, let's get the anti-structure going. This is our third anti-structure. Yes. Good. Hello there, Vertigo One. Welcome in. Sporting that gorgeous 2-year badge. It's going very well. Going very well. Having a nice back and forth here. God, they're pummeling our hero units. It's so painful. I'll activate this guy. I can't vortex because big unit, or because this thing is still alive. I guess all I can do is this for now. Well, they've revealed my lurker for 1 round. I think it's enough. Yeah, they got it. Alright, the Tempests are doing Tempest things. You love to see it. I am going... Yeah, they killed our detection, which is bad. Did I already do both? I have another detector in the deck somewhere. Kinda want this creature gone. Gonna remove this. As tempted as I am to keep it for Protoss reasons, I don't really need to play it, do I? It's gonna be a problem if I don't. Really need to keep these Tempests alive, and they're getting focused pretty hard. Okay. I've got nothing worth casting right now. Alright, we've removed their detection once more. Still haven't drawn my DT generator. Why not use the archives? It's a critical component of my combo, which I understand I'm not going to be able to do this time, because one of their players, Crag specifically, is designed heavily anti-structure and has not, and pretty much not played any of his structure cards. I know he's got something like 8 anti-structure cards, so I'm not going to be able to do the combo. But I'm still gonna force him. Still gonna force him to use the cards as such. Like, just because he has the solution doesn't mean I get to avoid it. I'm gonna make him use the solution. When it matters, at least. We've casted Amon here, which is great. Banelings are going to assist in keeping us alive. I'm running out of anti-structure cards is the problem. Let's see, do we have any high values? Nope. And that's in range, so I'm going to have to cast this guy here. Did I already queen and pawn? No. I'll have to black out. Okay, let's break them one at a time. That's all we can do. Yep. That's usually how that works. Let's see, I can cast this. I have to remove the battle cruiser. Or I can cast this, which now has a... Ooh. It guarantees to be safe. I think I cast this turn. Is that'll spawn here? Why did that spawn here? Oh, he reactored it right on that turn. Oh, that's... I mean, not ideal for me, but at least that's more damage than I originally expected. Okay, this guy lives, so we're gonna have to leave it alone for now. Send some basic ground units. Amon coming in clutch here. Revelation for the card draw. Go fast. I like how I have Revelation, which is detection, but I use it almost exclusively for the card draw and no other reason. Can I do this? I can. Okay. Yeah. Alright, Amon's doing well, but its time is limited unless we change something drastically here. That's an enemy nuke that's going to land on Amon here. I need to cast 2 things this turn, which I cannot do, so I'll be casting... I'm locked. This is a problem. I think we slapped this on the tank. We got it on the tank. Great. Amon's the only thing holding the line here. That's the end for us. Honestly, this thing being here has crippled me incredibly hard. Did we already... Oh my god, I haven't drawn any of my storm. Okay. I guess we're in desperation mode. Oh, this is bad. Like, I cannot cast my spells. Okay. Is there anything here I can do? Yeah, the clutch play, them getting the cloaked, the cloaked, what is it called? The cloaked mineral block was the difference maker here. Oh, here's our storm. About time. Bottom 8 cards in the deck. Why not Vortex? Because they have a building here, which for so long as this building exists, we cannot use one of our minerals, and all of our Vortex or big spells that I rely on requires all of our minerals. Unfortunately, they managed to cloak that structure, so we can't break it. So that's just going to live there the entire game. And that has lived there the entire game. And we do not have counterplay to it other than walking over there physically with a detector and smashing it with melee units. Which... kind of difficult to do for unsurprising reasons. We were extremely close to doing so. In fact, I would have done so if it was not for, well, an RNG play on the stealth fields, which devastatingly precise, or devastatingly, it happens. Don't like your side disruptors. You know, I've never actually seen a side disruptor get successfully cloaked before. I don't know how many games of this I have. It's a lot at this point. I haven't seen that successfully managed before. It's I have seen a great many people try. And it's just never managed to land on it. except for the turn when it was getting targeted. We had 2 building destructions targeting that before. Like, targeting that the same round you put stealth on it. And we had a detector there. And we were close to having melee units on it. Like, I have physically had a melee unit adjacent to it that was slapping a unit instead of it because there's a melee unit there. You've made it work 5 games out of like 30. Oh, lucky you. Obviously, you can force it by, for those wondering, you can force it by the Disruptor being the only card you have on the field, but given deck size, that's not possible to force. Not reliably possible to force. Did it fit that for real life? I mean, it was the only thing keeping you guys, like, in the game, really. There's a lot of deck manipulation cards. Yeah, there's a lot of deck manipulation. It is... It's all... The thing about the deck manipulation is it's generally not plussy. It's, you don't have +1. You don't have, like, draw. You have swap a card in your hand for a card in your deck kind of stuff. So you don't draw cards. You just have more. You just more precisely search for a card you get. But the card you get from your draw pile, like you swap for, is like 1 out of 20. It's like, draw 1 of these 20 cards from your deck and shuffle and put 1 in your hand in there. It's like, okay, well... It doesn't really help me because I get to replay the card that I had all of. Did you hear about the hacker in Planet Side going around in an aircraft and one-shotting Colossi and other nonsense? I didn't. That doesn't sound particularly unusual. I mean, I guess it's uncommon, but... It happens periodically. It's like your once or twice a year event. It takes the just scourge on the servers for a month before someone bans it. You heard that PlanetSide had an anti-cheat update? Usually cheaters say that as a as a challenge. I mean, understandable. Thoughts on the co-op mode of this in StarCraft? It's probably the best mode they have in the game. I'm partial to the arcade because I like playing. Oh, co-op Keystone? I'm not particularly interested in... I'm not particularly interested in co-op Keystone. Arcade best game mode. Hey, statistically, arcade is up there. All right, it's good. Did they? They slapped my DTs to the EMP, which means permanent reveal. I'm gonna hold. No teasing your 2 ghosts. I got more. Also, shout out to Crag, finally on our team. This is why I didn't blind, because it did anyways. And look, more DTs in the base. Alright, this is the turn I storm, because I desire to get rid of all these volatiles, so the DTs don't die on them. Big detection check from their deck. Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's kind of the point. Aww. The splash damage got rid of all the DTs. It's either they have substantial detection across their team, or they die. Which is why I'm using it. So I don't have that many standalone good cards to play with. So I'm just cheesing instead. Turn cheese into ham sandwich. Oh no. Alright, can I 7-3? Yes, I can. Get out of here with that card. I'm not actually sure which card this will evaporate, the evolution or the Mutalisk itself. You'll find out for science. It removes mutable Mutalisks. Great. That's a high value card on his end. And I'll remove at least one of them. These Banshees getting incredibly high value. Ideally, I would have had this out last turn, but we're just getting it out as soon as possible because we need it out as soon as possible. Doo-doo. Okay, so this research facility will burn down, which will be good. They have a Brutalisk. What are you? Another sunken colony. Odin. What do I cast here? Do I cast? I'm going to cast Sonic Chaos. I want to keep my hand at 5 because that is the minimum hand I require in order to Chrono Boost. Actually, I shouldn't say do it. In my hand, I would say do it because my hand is dedicated entirely to removing those creatures, and every time I remove them, like, I could just keep them beaten down. I don't know what Krag's deck is like, and if he can afford to spend that kind of card or not. Like, every turn I draw something like Storm or something like Heavy Removal. Krag likely needs to save his for specific moments, like key critical moments. I would really appreciate if we kept Tempest alive, because we're actually starting to work through a sign. Hope it's good. Good luck. Oh god. Alright, so we still keep 2 Tempests alive, which means we get to break their bases, their structures, pretty quickly at that, actually. Void Ray's made it across. Okay, so this is a Chrono Boost's turn, which means we draw a card. It's so beautiful. They still haven't played any detection, which is why I'm keeping this in hand. Alright, nice. Hey look, it's detection, and substantial amounts of it. There's actually more detection than I can clean up with this. Oh my god. Those are the only 2 buildings left, so if you got stealth... Oh! We just blinded their everything. Because this blinds 4 detectors, and they have 4 detectors. Great. So those Banshees that have been around for a while, killing off everything with great value, they're back. Or at least they're not in danger anymore. Oh my god. He got it. Like it was guaranteed at that point because he has no other structures. It is beautiful. This is a standard Thor. I don't need to be casting Mind Blast upon it. Deadly Saboteurs, however. Oh, this has got a reactor on this guy. Let's see, attach a... Sends 2 cyclones every turn. That's a lot of cyclone. I'm gonna Deadly Sab it. Alright, so now there's another DT and a lurker sitting in their base. So far these Tempests have killed... This one's killed 4 buildings and 1... It kills 4 buildings. This one has killed 1 building, which is nice. Can I Mind Blast? I archived a Mind Blast, so I can Mind Blast, so I will be removing this guy. This turn. Okay, so no more Black Hammer for you. See, you keep Tempests alive, they deal crazy good damage. Here's Void Razor. Bullying. Okay, what I need is Heretical Scholars. Start the combo rolling. Because we're halfway through our deck. Oh, did he seriously get this maxed? No, not even close. Oh, the volatiles have actually killed my DTs, which is understandable. Revelation would uncloak it. I've generally I see Revelation not uncloak buildings. Like it says it uncloaks buildings, but it doesn't, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's a bug or if that's intentional. Craig, because I know you're listening. Oh, wrong button. Because I know you're listening. Air support is bugged and it doesn't spawn the battlecruiser. So, recommend removing that from your deck. As good as it is. It's probably not an ideal choice at the moment. You don't think it can, as that card specifically makes the cloaked building ignored by cards which are targeted? Yes. That, I'm pretty certain, is how that interacts. That the the cloak makes it specifically immune to things like the Revelation. It's like Revelation says it removes cloaked buildings, and this one says it makes it immune to Revelation, so or effects like Revelation. So I think that the stealth, the stealth field generator overrides it, if I recall correctly. But I haven't played Terran enough to know. There was a separate bug that made Commandeer leave the... Yeah, so it was not just Commandeer, it was every battlecruiser that spawned, period. Stayed around. And they would just all sit on the Keystone and just Yamato and attack anything that came nearby, which is great, because they would like chase things out toward the middle, which is awesome. Well, awesome is not a great word for it, but... And they counted as battlecruisers, so like you could do things like, oh, let me cast... there's a Cataclysm, Yamato Cataclysm, and suddenly you'd have 6 battlecruisers just flying. Just across. It's devastating. It was a little broken, powerful, and everyone was exploiting living daylights out of it. Revelation states permanently reveal all cloaked enemy units and structures. It does include structures in there, which is awkward because the only way to reveal structures is... Or the only way to cloak structures with the cloaking unit, which specifically mentions it's immune to... Specifically mentions it's immune to the card effects, or untargetable, or it's untargetable by card effects. And anything that doesn't generate its own stealth. Like, say, if it's under a stealth field, it cannot be revealed, despite it being cloaked, because I'm guessing it gets revealed and then immediately recloaks, and cancels that out. Not sure mechanically how that works, other than I can just describe the effect. So if it's like under an arbiter or a mothership, it doesn't get revealed, despite being a unit that is cloaked. So that card is not particularly useful in most of the cases in which you would want it to be useful. But it does draw a card. It is about the only card available that is a card which draws another card. So that's nice. It's just a cycle. Okay, so I have so many. And no ability to play, because I've got mid-game cards in my hand. I think we might be dead. Due to not getting cards that can be played. It's awkward. Yeah, that's what I got. I got things that spawn up here too, which means we lose to turn 1 units. I can play this, which is awkward, but it can do it. Protoss doesn't have many card draw effects, but if you stack multiple fetch effects, you can fetch multiple cards and only lose 1 card draw. Yep. The moment when 3 players failed to draw any units in the first 6 hands. Our first 6 draws. Should I say playable units, as I do technically have units that are just not playable because expansive. Alright, I won't be able to blind both of these. I can at least blind one of them. Yeah, I can't play that for so long as this exists. We need to remove this guy. It's not ideal. This is what bad looks like. Hand's not getting any better, guys. So remember I said when I'm just going to have to play this guy knowing full well it's not going to be useful to me when I play it? We're about there. Alright, here we go. That is substantial amounts of detection on the field. I need to get something on the field as well. Alright. I picked the wrong one. I needed Vespene gas here. Oh, well, I guess we're not playing more. Okay, so I think we just, unless teammates got something. I do have the heroic queen, I do have the heroes coming off onto cooldown, or onto the field, which is something. But I think, nope, he had anti-hero cards, so that's just it. Alright, well, that was incredibly poor on card draw, or just the rough hands. I don't think that was close. That was close to being one of the worst draws I've seen. But it happens. Keystone Knight? Yeah, Keystone Knight! Having a good time, great time, love to see it. There we go. Never seen this one before? Ooh. It's like Hearthstone, but StarCraft. I like it. I've said it before, but the reason I haven't played it earlier on the channel is it takes something like 80 hours of play before you grind up enough deck in order to have a playable deck. Which is mostly, we've worked on it. We did a bit of off-stream grinding. We could play it. It takes probably a good 10 hours to get the first deck, but second deck is woof. Oh, hey, look, cards I can play. Just in the starting hand. It's pretty confusing at first glance. It's not the complexity of the game that makes it difficult. It's the lack of it's a lack of strength in the starting cards, because you have to unlock the cards. You have to unlock the cards and then actually be able to put them in your deck, and like not just unlock the cards but also purchase them with the in-game currency, which not so simply done, because that takes a while to do. Got banned from my server. Discord? Okay. Happens from time to time. There are a fair few people that get banned every so often. I'm gonna do this. You can remove these and these at the same time. Conveniently keep this guy alive, maybe? No! Alright, we tried. Alright, these Mutalisks should self-immolate now, so I don't have to worry about them. Cast card, draw, go fast. Beaten all the Nemesis bosses? I have, yes. I've gotten those specialty cards. Oh, dead cards in hand. I'm just gonna deadly sab so we can get something on the field here. So it'll be 4 DTs on their half of the map, as well as a lunker. Good damage, good damage. Ooh, hello. That's an infested unit. Infested barracks. Love to see it. Does this kill it? It does. Yes. Yeah. For those who haven't seen this before, this is pretty much Hearthstone, but StarCraft. And instead of directly commanding your units to attack, you instead automatically move across the field in a very direct strike auto battler style. Alright, so even if they get detection this turn, they're in a right spot of trouble, and in case they decide to spawn units, I'm gonna cast Psionic Storm just to secure this kill. Amazing what the game looks like when we draw units at any point in time. Hurts so much. Alright. GG. Well done. We did it, team. We won it. It's great. How am I? I'm doing fine. I'm enjoying my juice. I've been doing, for a gift, I was gifted a loose leaf tea, like a large bag of loose leaf tea that is supposedly meant to assist in sleeping. It's got that melatonin in it. I haven't noticed it's helping, but I've been down in it every night. Almost every night. It's like every other night. And it tastes so good, though. What's my favorite kind of fruit juice? That's a darn good question. I mix it up a lot. I'm a big fan of pineapple. I do dragon fruit probably the most. Although this dragon fruit juice is more than just dragon... and so I do acai the most. Dragon fruit, mix that in there every so often. Probably acai, then pineapple. It's kind of hard for me to gauge that question because I never drink, with the exception of pineapple juice, I never drink the juice straight. I always mix it in with something, like most of the time other juices. So I feel like I need to keep this in my hand because if I don't, then the chances of me drawing it are just non-existent. It's gonna go, if I put this out of my hand, it's just gonna end up at the bottom of the deck and never drawn again. Okay, so he's got a defensive, it's a bunker, spawning pool. Oh god. Miss Raider coming in with the raid. How you doing tonight, girl? Was it some Red Dead Redemption? You guys want to check out Miss Raider? Make sure to see how she was doing tonight. Ah, you got it first. You got it first, Romero. While you're like this. It's fine. I appreciate it. You had a good time? Did you accidentally any horses tonight? Or was that just a one-time thing? Pineapple juice is amazing. It is! Did I ever tell you guys the story of when I was so obsessed with pineapple juice that I that nearly hospitalized myself by drinking too much pineapple juice? Oh, it was so tasty. I couldn't stop. But the horses got their revenge on you by kicking you off their back into 3 wolves. Woof! Something tells me you deserved it. But still, pain. Oh no. Well, it sounds like you had quite an enjoyable evening. Good old Red Dead. What does dragon fruit taste like? You've never had it? It sounds... I've had people ask me that question, and I don't I don't know the answer to that question. Like, honestly, I do not know the answer to that question. It tastes like dragon fruit. Like, it tastes like dragon fruit. I don't know what else to say. It tastes like dragons. Yes, tastes like dragons. That's a good way to put it. It tastes like dragons, but fruit. And you know, if you eat dragon fruit enough, you become a dragon, and that's all you need to know. Dragon fruit to you has a slight hibiscus flavor. And I can see that. Oh god, I need to play one card. Oh, that's so much detection. I think at this point, people have learned that I'm playing this deck, and they're bringing detection. Only people who deserved it. Oh no. That's exactly what happened. Yes. Every time. Yeah, I've seen the super zergling. Did you engorge it? You haven't even gorged it yet. You gotta get it engorged. Alright, let's cast Psionic. No, we'll do this. There we go. Why does the English language describe things by using another thing? It's so unhelpful. I think so little of you. No. I just find it funny. Did the Zergling get mind blasted? I think it got mind blasted. He knows me. He knows me too well. Never. I would not say such things. Raider's a great person that only does the best of things for their friends. It's a good time. It's a good time. You know, I just like, oh god, he's got it stealthed. A great person? You're an awesome person. Yeah, we can't target it anymore. So it's just not destructible. Who else ties strangers to... You didn't. You didn't tie... You didn't. Say it ain't so. Alright. Can I break these two in time? Oh, please don't get distracted and finish it. Alright, we got this, which means... Oh, it's so close. You didn't do that. The train was taking too long. Oh. Of course. Okay, I think I need to store him here and I'll overcharge while I'm at it. There we go, clear out the Marines. They've scanned, make sure I don't do shenanigans, this is understandable. Alright. They still have stealth, which I can stop from happening. They don't have a Protoss. So I can just kinda... Do I care about this one Terrakamar? This will break the stealth. Then I can't play two cards because... So that works. Yeah. Break this. The Templar is still revealed because they scanned. He's doing good damage. Alright, sweet. You left him on the side of the road where someone can clearly see him. Hey, that's better. You left him alive. I'm proud of you. Colonel Duke. Alright, what else can I break here? We are breaking this structure specifically. You'll love to see it. Okay, surely we push up and actually get into line of sight of this block. Well, there's another detector. Can break that one while we're at it. I need storm. I need storm right now. Yes, it burns. All right, it's dead. It will go down eventually. You'll love to see it. Hello there, Brett. Welcome to the chat. You've been binge watching the StarCraft II streams? Dude, so Brenda was giving us... Brenda's great person. Showed me the patch notes for the upcoming Star Sector update coming soon TM. And now I am motivated. Now I am forced to wait for the next patch to drop with new content so I can do the stream on the next patch. And of course that does necessarily mean that we're going to have to wait for next Relin to update because we're doing next Relin playthroughs. But my god, it looks beautiful. How big is the update? New content, balance changes, new quests, all all the fun stuff that comes with the updates. I'm just gonna play this one card and leave it at that. As much as I probably should have gotten rid of the Thors. Yeah, it's a Star Sector update. Man's insane. He keeps lots of content coming all the time. It's great. All right, so let's do this and get rid of these two. Wipe out a Thor in the process, unless it's something more than a Thor, perhaps. In general, Next doesn't require updates to work with the current main. There's a lot of... This patch has a great deal of mod hooks and changes. So I expect it to need an update to work properly, but... we'll see. Oh, they got more detection on the field, which means no more of that. Oh, hey, look what we drew again. What did I kill with the Mind Blast? Duke. Okay. That's fine. I can remove this, I suppose. We'll try to remove the Thor this time. I can also do a Chrono Boost to get that out of the hand. Oh, Odin. Removed Odin. Ah, there's another Odin played here. Okay, understandable. Your Odin. Yes! It's gone! Stop it. I played some card draw. Did I already get the Heresy involved? No. We'll remove a lot of these clumpy units here. Clump it up. Card game? What's the big deal? It's a card game. It's good fun is what it is. Oh, Raider. I wanted to ask, how are you on Minecraft? Because I'm getting the itch to Minecraft again, and Lord knows, servers would be the first time I've done a Minecraft server. It's not going to be the last. Okay, so what have we got here? 1, 2... Jesus, they have so much detection still. That's 4, 5, 6 units of detection. Do you want to join Minecraft? I mean... totally down. Totally down. You'll pass in the puns tonight. I don't believe you modded Minecraft. Oh, absolutely. Where's your queen and pawn now? Did you steal it? I should have Chrono Boosted. You only played it a little bit years ago, which you tried to get. I mean, that's the perfect. It's perfect. That's what Minecraft is best experienced that way. I should have. I had an opportunity to Chrono Boost last turn, didn't do it, so now I'm stuck here. Okay, well, good news is I don't have to play a card. How much have I touched crate mod? I have not meaningfully touched it. I find it very difficult to play on a server with crate mod because it doesn't work with a lot of other things. Same reason why I often do not, I think I need to remove this card. Because this always will bring a Templar Archives, which is a dead card, and will get stuck in my hand. I think I need to remove... this. It's one of your favorite mods from Minecraft? Yeah, it's good. Doing a Minecraft server? I haven't set it up, so I'm not going to say yes. But if you're interested, I will keep that in mind for when the itch. Here's the thing. I don't want to say yes, because if I say yes, then I have to do it, because that's how I work. I do the things that I say I do. I like to, anyways. I do my best for that. Minecraft is an existential threat to productivity. So I understand that it's a problem, and so I don't actively search out Minecraft if I can avoid Minecraft. Does that make sense? So, well, if I lose my discipline and start up a Minecraft server, then I will happily invite you. So Minecraft is to me like World of Warcraft is to you. Entirely possible, because good game is good. Alright, do I orb here? So I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead cards. Yeah, I need to remove the, I need to remove that. Thought about playing a Skyblock type mod pack. I have. In fact, I've not only played it, like Sky Factory, for example, was a good one. The Sky Factory, I believe it was 5. I was doing speed runs of it. Got it down to like 8 hours of completing every tech path. Is great. Stoneblock 2 is a fun mod pack. It is. That was the last. Stoneblock 2 was the last main server that I hosted. Like I personally hosted. I got to Sky Factory 4. I forget which number it was. Alrighty, have a good one, Travis. Good luck out there. Stoneblock 2 was the one that I last hosted myself. That was a good time. It was a very good time. Which Sky Factory was it that I was doing? Was it Sky Factory 4? It might have been Sky Factory 3. I forget which number. God, it's been a while. It's probably for the best, but it'd be a while. You'd have joined the Stoneblock server, but you're afraid you would crash every minute. Dude, my community is like a half Germans and half the other half are engineers. It is crazy. Y'all are crazy. Like in all the best ways, but y'all are crazy. I had to do some actual like bytecode changes just to like actually I had to go do some server side like bytecode changes to mods myself just to have the thing play nicely enough that it wouldn't crash. Like it's like y'all were nuts, and there's no need for it. Like I understand. Like it's fine. I think I'm just gonna get Maelstrom here just so I have something. Dark Templar. Another Blade of Incursus might be a good call. Yeah. Yes, do Blades of Incursus in here. It's another useful card. You're half German? Yeah! That fits perfectly for the demographic. Yeah, what was it? Like the so one of the big problems we had with Stoneblock was in part that oh god, what is the name of the thing now? I would recognize the mod name if I saw it. It's like on the tip of the tongue syndrome. But one of the problems was that there is a specific mod that was very popular. It's actually like very thematic. It's actually really fun, but it's terribly unoptimized. So it doesn't. It breaks basically everything that touches it. Project E, no, it's not Project E. Project E is fine. It enables some jank stuff, but it's generally fine. It is an industrial, like, refinery mod, heavy refinery mod. It has crushers and all the refining stuff. Mechanism, yes, mechanism. Thank you. Mechanism. It's as cool as it is unoptimized to the point where it breaks servers. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. And Stoneblock had mechanism, so just trying to exist on the server was generally a mistake. But everything else is pretty much okay. Most of the time, the biggest issues came from people that made terribly unoptimized and unrefined builds, which is expected because it's Minecraft. But they would scale them to a point where it would cause ridiculous amounts of server lag, which is crazy. Like, I remember Zimsa created such a dense block of cabling that it permanently corrupted the chunk in which it was in. Like, I had to like delete parts of the worlds to make the stop crashing the server. It was bad. It was real bad. Refined storage. No, refined storage actually is pretty good. The problem with refined storage is people don't know how to use it. So, okay, there's this big argument of refined storage versus applied energistics. I can understand why that comes up. There's arguments from both sides. The gist of it is very simple. Applied energistics and refined storage functionally do the same thing. They serve the same purpose. The difference between them is that refined storage is unrestricted. Like, almost exclusively unrestricted. Whereas applied energistics has crazy restrictions on it, like to the point where it's basically a puzzle to solve most of the problems. Cyclic was one of the ones that used to crash. Yeah, Cyclic was terrible. Like, I straight disabled most of the stuff in Cyclic because that thing was, it was a problem. But most people don't care about Cyclic. It's just not that useful a mod. It's like a random things mod that just adds up little stuff here or there. So no one missed that when it went away. But that one had to go. That one was a problem. But with refined storage and applied energistics, refined storage, like, piece for piece, works better than applied energistics. I mean, like, from a server standpoint, like, its cabling is more effective, is more efficient tick-wise. Its crafting is more efficient tick-wise. Everything about it is a little bit more simple. It is better than applied energistics in, I think, just about every metric in terms of, like, raw metrics. The problem is that it is so simple that people expand it to a degree that breaks servers. People say, oh yes, let me just autocraft every single structure in the game. Which makes the servers crash a lot. So, not so simple. So generally, every server I've seen that has refined storage on it inevitably results in the server crashing because someone does something silly, like creating a crafting cube the size of 3 chunks. And then it does things. It does things to the server, like crashes the server. So you can't I don't blame refined storage for that. I blame the players more, but it's understandable from the players that do it because it's like, why not? So really, when you're playing refined storage, or playing with refined storage, you have to understand like server ticks, and you have to understand the mechanics to a point where you do not crash the server with all the power you have. Which is, you know, it's nice. So I'm partial to refined storage over applied energistics, but I understand that doing so generally results, like having people having access to it generally results in the server crashing. That's just how that works. Am I doing this? Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, and go. To be fair, AE's complexity doesn't absolutely stop you from covering chunks upon chunks and cables, heavy drives, and machines for autocrafting. No, it absolutely does not. But most people aren't willing to do that, and most people also aren't willing to try to figure out how to do that, to make it all work. Like, between channels and such, like, the average player does not want to learn channels sufficiently enough to make it function. So they just don't. Which means everyone else survives just fine. And only the people who really get into it actually make it work. And generally the server survives because of it. Whereas refined storage, everyone does it, and it breaks. Because not everyone knows what they're doing. And things get real bad real quick. Like, real quick. For server health, a server owner would prefer which? Generally speaking, I would say probably applied energistics. Like, as much as I personally prefer playing refined storage, for both performance reasons and for general versatility reasons, like play versatility. As a server owner, I would probably accept what I'm going to describe as the lesser of two mods in exchange for less management. You spending 30 hours making every channel as optimal as possible. Yep. Sums it up about right. Let's do this. Is he blinding it? Nope. Oh, he is. Okay, we're just killing it, really. Not great value on those Tempests. Kind of overran us. Besides, it kind of feels nice working out how to use the channel system to P2P your power grid over P2P's managed channels, powering everything that. I mean, it works. Like, there's a fair amount of complexity to it, and it creates it like it's a genuinely enjoyable puzzle. Like, it is. Like, it's not bad by any means. It's just complicated, and most of the time, people aren't into complicated. I don't have cards to play, so most of the time, people aren't into it. What time is it for me? You can use the time command, but it's currently 9:40 p.m. Yeah, this is what bad looks like, team. I'm not getting into my cards. Nothing beats storage drawers for items you're having a ton of, especially when you get all the random but unique mob drops. Oh yeah, yeah. No, typically when I want a hyper efficient base, like both tick wise and like so for example, when I was doing stone block, my base was probably the highest in tech, if not the second highest. Actually, I think Pyro's base is probably higher in tech by a very small amount. Very small amount. Whereas my base had, I'm gonna say close second. Is I had the same tech level, so I had the same tech level, like access to the same things Pyros did, except that my base was much prettier and bigger and had not as much stuff. Like he had more physical objects around and such. Mine did not have all the raw resources, but I had the same. I had access to the same resources. So same tech level, but he was a bit richer. So what ended up happening was Pyro using raw brute force to go through things, and he managed to ostensibly soft lock himself out of his base 3 or 4 times and had to go in and solve it. Whereas my base was fully operational at the same tech level with the same stuff and was easily the least intensive base on the server. Like when people's bases got rough, they always knew that they could teleport to my base and let their client load, because my base, despite being the biggest base and the base with the most stuff, had the least tick rate usage and the least frame rate usage on the clients. And I had easily the biggest refined storage system. I guess biggest isn't the right word because I optimized it incredibly well. But quite an extensive refined storage system, to say the least. Yeah, I'm not drawing. I have 4 mega spells in here that could clear any of this. It's... oh well. I guess that's how we're getting. Fat nothing. The most refined storage. Yes, I had definitely the most refined storage. That's a good way to put it. Well, hey, I can kill the Thor, so that's cool. It's just gonna matter. So it's the case of refined storage being why not overkill, and applied energistics answer being because it's complicated. Yeah. With refined storage, you kind of have to trust your teammates. You kind of have to trust other people on the server to not purposefully, to not go overboard. Whereas in applied energistics, you don't really have to trust people because the average person doesn't understand it enough to, like, they physically do not understand it enough in order to overkill things. What's the reason to have several Templar archives in my hand forever? It's part of my combo, and the combo requires that I have 0 cards in deck. So I'm keeping it in hand so that I can combo it out at 0 cards when I have 0 cards left. I wish I knew how to not decrease your tick rate effectively. It's a lot. Like for me, there's a massive set of rules, and it has helped that I've looked into the code, like physically looked into the code. So I do have some significant idea how it works. I'm going to use the word significant there. A lot of it comes down to removing, I'm going to say removing loops, removing places to, for the code to have to sift through. You're going to ask what happened to the jazz music. Well, what happened to the jazz music is there's very limited jazz music available to listen to. So there's not much I can do with that. However, now that you mentioned it, I want to put on the nostalgia and then send it back to. And then we'll put the jazz back on it. But the nostalgia, though. You always have to make a place for people to load in called the safe space. Basically nothing happening to let people load in. Yeah. That, for me, on that server, I did have a safe space, but most of the time people would just prefer to come visit me because my place was effectively the same thing. But yeah, and so there's a lot that goes on tick rate. So there's two sides of it. There's frame rate and there's tick rate. Frame rate is strictly client side, and that's how much stuff is happening on your client's simulation, and that is what crashes players. Server tick rate is a different thing, and that is all the processing and tile entities and such that that is going to be happening behind the scenes, as it were. And optimizing for those two things is something you kind of have to do separately. But it takes a bit of practice to do that. Generally speaking, for tick rates, you first have to understand, like, pay attention to the actions and mechanics, like the methods is the appropriate word. The methods and behaviors of each individual tile entity. Something as simple as, I don't know, an Ender IO furnace. Every tick, it does a few things. It checks its inputs to see if you have inputs that pull. It will check to see if it can pull something, and then it will pull it into. It will check to see if it can pull something, and it will try to put it into its own inventory. Every tick, it will then proceed to try to operate upon that thing and put it in its output slot. And then it will attempt to output that thing into any active output slots. So something as simple as disabling any pulls, any active pulls, will remove an entire operation from these servers' check that it needs to do. And this can spiral. Most of the time, it spirals a lot because it'll do something like, I'm going to pull from this cable, but wait, this cable is a facade, and it's a facade that points directly to another object. So I'm going to pull from a cable that's connecting to an object in another chunk. Well, how do we know what's in that other chunk? We have to load the entire chunk. And all right, now we've loaded an entire chunk, and hey, guess what? Now we have to inspect this entire inventory, because what was in that other chunk? Well, it was this massive storage cube, because people like to make massive storage cubes, and in that other entity was, I don't know, 1,000 slots, and we have to check each one of them. Can we pull from there? Does it check against something that can fit inside of the storage facility? Inside of the, not the storage facility, inside of the furnace, the Ender IO furnace. And it scales so quickly. So you always have to do things like minimize spaces, minimize objects to search, minimize every little thing. And it gets worse when you start doing things like loops. Oh no, let me connect this one cable to 17 different objects scattered across 8 or 9 different chunks. It's like, oh my god. It starts with one tick and ends with, well, much, much more. Even something crazy like, oh, I'm going to use a thermal expansion cable that moves objects around that I can visibly see around the cable. All right, great. Now I've decided to do something silly like build a loop in it. And now every time it moves onto a breakpoint, it has to do Dijkstra's algorithm, because sometimes they literally do things like that. And it has to determine the shortest path from point A to point B. And every time an item passes that path, it's running an entire network scan for itself to figure out what's going on. And it gets bad. It gets so bad incredibly quickly. These are the things you have to think about when designing your network for storage. And if you don't, you end up breaking the server. It gets crazy. So, yes, refined storage, great. It lets you do all of these things incredibly easily and does not punish you for doing things badly. You want to create a loop? You can do so. Applied Energistics yells at you, refined storage doesn't. People don't have a couple drives and a wall of storage drawers. I mean, yeah, you can have that. But what happens if you connect that wall of storage drawers to, guess what? An entity that pings it and pulls its entire inventory once a tick, every tick. So, 20 times per second, you're scanning that entire inventory because you have something pulling directly from it. Ooh, that gets rough. It isn't as simple as just creating a storage drawer setup, but You have a wall of drives. Drives are the worst. I try to use those as minimally as possible. Now I just want to dance. Mr. Raider, look what you're making me do. You put on, you tell me to put on the jazz, which I'm obviously going to do because I love it. And now I go, okay, this is why I have the standing microphone, so I can stand up. Ah, yes, get the stretch and splits. Ooh, that feels good. You know, none of you guys have sent any of the stretch reminders this entire stream. Not that I've been sitting down the entire time, but I'm disappointed you guys haven't even tried. You're welcome. Thank you, thank you. You can dance if you want to. I do want to dance. Actually, my mom wants to come over. She wanted to come over last week, was it? But she couldn't come over last week. Because we like to go line dancing, because it's a good time. It's about the most Florida thing I've said in a while. Is this lurker still alive? No. Let's get some more units on the field. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your stream behind. Yes. Yes, I can. This is screaming for back-to-back storms. Let's just storm it. You have a name for stork? Oh. I have put sardines on my shopping list. The next time I go shopping, I'll get some sardines for him. Monty the stork. I love it. It's beautiful. They still have detection, and now they have this thing. Well, they had that last round too, but... They don't have units on the field, really, so I don't need to cast Storm again. I'm not... We've already cast it on... What was it? Sonic Blackout, I think. There's another one. That's a hero tank. Alright, we got detection on the field now. Ignoring the wild iguana footage. Yes, very Florida. But we have Don, the iguana, who lives in the backyard. Well, hello there, Gunner. Welcome back. Let me... Yeah, let's exterminate. Hello there, Gunner. Welcome back to the Incursion. Congratulations, you've regained access to all those beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the special access rule on Discord. Bet you knew that already. How have you been? Had a good time? Yeah, that would be very nice if we could do that. But I think this removes their detection once more. Away we go. Monty the Stork. I quite like that name, actually. It's quite good. We are somewhat dying. I can cast Mass Immediate Storm, which will may keep us alive. Probably not. I think there's not enough going on here, guys. I think this is the end of us. You're still going to. Oh, I think we have too much control. Not enough unit. But hey, we've made out to survive. DT's helping, but not enough. Okay, GG. Well played, well played. Alright, so what I am interested in right now is wondering why Iggy Awana is not appearing on screen. Is good? Wanna do it? Why are you not rendering appropriately? Let's try this. Does that work? Hey, there we go. Alright. You guys wanted webcam, we got iguana cam. Let's go. Yeah, Gunnar showing off all this beautifully mounted. You love it. You really get crazy with the Applied Energistics tribe fluid handling through it. Man, fluid handling through Applied Energistics is just suffering. Like, I'm happy to do it in refined. That's not true. Refined. It's still painful in refined storage, but in Applied Energistics is. Whew. Because it's not that different. It's just fluids in general are painful. Remember last time in Stoneblock, I had a, like I auto-crafted everything, including potions. Like I had almost every potion fully auto-crafted that I could just request the amount of potions I wanted and it would do it. And I used fluids for it, like fluid crafting, which is great. Is that a slinky? Yes, yes it is. I was gifted a slinky as a fidget toy. It is just a metal helix that tightly bound together, and it is great. I never pick the thing up consciously. It just ends up in my hands, and that's just how that works. It's nice. It's like nice solid metal too. Like it's firm. You hate fluid crafting. You gotta separately pipe it around. Yep. It's rough. And I tend to store all my fluids individually in infinite fluid storage, like the black hole storage, the singularity storages, so that I don't have to worry about most of it. I mean, me being me, I still put safeguards on it so that it doesn't overflow, because I can, but alas. Use a multi-tool as a fidget toy so you could relate. It's got textured a bit of weight. Yes, I used to do that. I still have it. It has been replaced because I've had multiple fidget things throughout my life. Man, I have two things that I have like two. My hands always need to be doing something. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. I managed to. This was a chronic issue. I'm gonna say issue, but when I was working IT, I would totally not collect paper clips, and it was paper clips and it was rubber bands. And I never knew where I got them from. I would always end up with a paper clip on my cuff and a rubber band on my wrist like a bracelet. And mind you, working IT, those are two super useful things. I'm pretty certain I ended up getting that habit by always needing them and just storing them there. And then whenever I didn't have one, I just grabbed one off of someone's desk and never noticed. But like, ugh. It's like in my hands, I always have to be doing something. And it's that same way with my mouth as well. And it's one of the reasons why I tend to be constantly snacking on trail mix. Honestly, talking constantly on stream helps that. A lot. You can't get the fluid crafter to work for crafting Greg Tech. The Nax coolant cells. Man, it has been so long since I played Greg Tech. I was one of those guys. Greg Tech does things for me, man. Does great things. I still miss every time I look at Minecraft. I'm like, alright. Has Thaumcraft been updated? Never been updated. Sometimes it gets completely reworked from the ground up, but it's never fully operational. Is the Incursus stomps from MechWarrior Titanfall? MechWarrior. It is specifically the leg of a timber wolf. Thaumcraft, your beloved, is so good. There, let me adjust webcam so it's not in the way of the cards. There we go. And you guys can see Iggy Iwana. Alright, let me actually slide you over here. There you go. I'm also noticing that, when I'm looking at it, this shifted around at some point. Alright, so we've got some good unit opportunities here. None of them we can afford. Too rich for my blood. Actually, let me actually check. Thaumcraft. Minecraft Thaumcraft. Because I know the developer was interested in doing another rerun. Another remarker of it. check Thaumcraft 6. Maybe. Alright, so next turn I can play a card. I'm just so glad we aren't getting pushed incredibly here. Latest version is Thaumcraft 6. Sadness. But did it get updates though? Like Thaumcraft 6 was very good. It is very good. You're tracking at least 3 different projects trying to make Thaumcraft 7. Did he actually release the, I'm going to say, release his permission for other people to make Thaumcraft 7? Because Thaumcraft 6 was amazing. I'm going to precast this and hope for the read. Didn't get it. Okay. It was handed off to the COFH team, who are working on other things. Okay. Okay. That actually gives me a fair bit of faith. That does give me a fair bit of faith, because they're quite good at doing things. Okay, I need to cast 2 cards here, so we're doing these 2. These are detectors, these are detectors. I don't need to do these 2. I need to do 1 card, I'll leave that selected. Do this instead. There we go. Storm all the spawn. Is that 69 a damage number? Yes, yes it is. I believe it's coming from the siege tanks? Yeah, it's coming from the siege tanks, which deals 70 damage minus 1 from the armor on that structure. Okay, they have a detector somewhere, because this guy's getting slammed by things, and I don't see what it is. Was it a scan they had? It might have been a scan. Either way, DTs are gone. Let's get some units on the field. Because, like, that's the Elemental Alchemist magic mod. It is one of them, yes. It's like industry meets magic. Oh, I found the problem. It's you. Okay. I'm gonna solve that. It is a strange mix of exploration and like magic. It's a strange mix of exploration, magic, and industry. As much as there are a few mods that are parading as tech mods, or parading as magic mods despite being tech mods. Botania is one of them. Thaumcraft, and I still think I consider Thaumcraft to be a magic mod, but it's close. It's very close to being just tech.
Now give me the beat.
You heard pro clan MechWarrior commentary and you had to throw out some talk. But Timberwolf, though, is so pretty. Alright, so gonna have a problem here because they have detection and also this exists again. He's managed to get that 3 times tonight, which is just amazing to me. But alas, here we are. Um, 216. I think I need to slap that more than the hero. So we do this. Just to play some units. That's Mad Cat's here. Hey, Britannia's not parading as a magic mod. It was specifically marked as a tech mod. People just call it magic mod because of the visuals. Yeah. That's, I think, a good way to describe that. That's how you describe that appropriately. Oh, wow, we actually got it. All right, it's nice. They have so much detection. But yeah, the Thaumcraft is, I'm going to describe it like it is a proper magic mod, but it's got deep tech mechanics. Whereas Britannia is just a tech mod. Like it's just a tech mod. All right, let me remove this. Tech magic, yes. Thaumcraft was Eldritch Horror meets magic meets industry. Yeah, it's so good. It does that very well. Like it's incredibly well done. Not finished. I don't think there's ever been an iteration of it that's been properly finished, but still, we are so very close to breaking that side disruptor. Oh, he's repairing it. Never mind. Okay. Cast more units to play with. I can actually chrono boost here. Oh, that's nice. That's going to be a good pickup. We cast all 3 of these next turn. Did he get it? Nope. It's just on fire. Alrighty, have a good night, Raider. Good luck out there. Hope you enjoyed the jazz as much as I have. Okay, so we broke their SCVs, I think. Yes, we have. Fortunately, my DTs are going to run in and die. Do we still have detection? I think not. But we should be able to break them here-ish. Yes. This should be a reasonable push, assuming I Psionic Chaos. We don't have detection available to us, which is bad. Bad all around. 2v2 game mode. This is 3v3. Oh, took out one of the Tempests. That's something. Not having detection is going to be a problem. I can't cast this now without causing problems for myself. Okay. And now up here. Oh, they have so many structures to build. There's a bunker. Oh, this is them. Okay. That's bad. Wait, did this man fully get 2 cloaked side disruptors? He got 2 cloaked side disruptors. Not even bad. I'm impressed. That's game ending is what it is. Okay, yeah, I cannot play cards. Does he have any buffs? Kind of. This gets me a couple more cards to play with. I can't play them. Thaumcraft 4 seemed pretty finished with all the add-ons. Yeah, some people took it upon themselves to add in some more stuff to the game, to Thaumcraft, which is quite nice. Honestly, most of the reason I enjoy Magic mods, like Thaumcraft, is because it enables me to use abilities that are not strictly tied to the normal armor and weapon slots, the normal inventory slots. So I can actually have more things to play with than just the normal slots, which is nice. Okay. Already Mind Blast once, but I duplicated it. I still have detection. Oh, great. I have to play this and hope to pick up another card. Hope to pick up my last one. Alright. Sniped Rainer, which is nice. Our units are retreating. Well, we seem to have gotten rid of one of the disruptors. Okay, problem. Okay. Blocked, 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 blocked. Key combo, key combo, key combo, key combo. Okay, so I have to play... This is going to be devastating. I have to play this. And if I don't draw specifically top deck cards that I can play for the rest of the game, then I am out. You have 8? Yes, I do. Which, unfortunately... You know what? Play one of these just to get out of the hand. Yes. And this will kill it, unfortunately, but it will also stop us from dying. Because this is a problem. Wow, it didn't die. Oh my god, it's still alive. How did it live? Okay. It's gotten healed. Alright then. I need to cast... They don't have... I guess they do have some HP. I'll cast this. Oh no. Good job with the Marines. Jesus Christ. Oh look, I got detection. I need this to last one more round. It's too soon. I don't have my storms. My storms are still in the deck. Oh no. Or at least one of them is still in the deck. Okay. Well, this is bad. I can kill the support. And he's got more. He's got more. Alright, well. That's the end of that. Man, the okay, so I'm gonna so they're specifically hard countering me, which is, I mean, that's fair. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to make a variant deck of this. So this is going to be a less cheesy version, which isn't so vulnerable to these things. It will also make them also less vulnerable to... I'm just playing his strongest deck. Your strongest deck is specifically good versus me, and quite vulnerable to many, many other things, which I find awkward. But can I copy? I can't just copy this deck. That makes it sad. I'm going to call it not you, Crazy Mouse. Control. Let me change decks. Do this deck. DT. So I will play slight variance on this. Double chrono boost. These are sentries. Double. I don't need Insidious Spy actually. Not for this one. Double Observer though, yes. Templar Archives. Did you love cheese? Yeah, well. It is what it is. Okay, probably going to put double chrono sentries in. We'll check on that later. I'm still tempted to try playing around with Void Rift. Zeratul is still just good. We're not going to put him in yet. Don't need these. We're going to have crazy big spells coming up here soon. Okay. Need you, 2 of these. Probably go with Amon's Chosen again. Get the main part of the deck in first. Alright. That's 32 cards. Now I do draw. Ooh. Where are... Okay. You're only like 30, 34 in this deck? You don't only play with me? I mean... Yeah. We'll do... Probably, honestly, we might have to... I need one of these. Missed that. Did I already put one in? I did. Alright, so we don't do these. We do... What are you called? I don't remember what it's called. Fearless Raiders. 2 of these. Shielding Sentries. Shielding Matrix. Okay. Escorted Wrathwalkers. That's a good one of. Can hold the line here, I think. Okay, so we're not playing aggro here. Did I miss any action? Did I miss any spells? I have 1 Photon Overcharge. I'd have 1 Photon Overcharge. And I think this is what I need here. Your beginning is X2, Vertical Scholars. Orb of Vortex. Chaos Storm and... Alright. Protection. Alright, Observer. Anything else I need here? Perimeter Scouts would be okay. Predictive Network, also okay. Let's do this. Just to overkill it. I question my use of multiple sentries. As I have... Oh, that's not going to... Not gonna work, is it? Shielding sentries. Did I put Chronos? I didn't. Let me put a Chrono sentry in. I question whether or not that's going to handle well. Okay. So this should work far, far better versus all that madness that many members keep throwing out here. I just find it strange because when I'm playing off-cam or off-stream, those matches, the opponents I'm playing act very differently. Very, very differently. And it's, it makes it such that the decks I make off-stream have very little use when on-stream. Is that I'm noticing the effect. And the things I make on-stream are incredibly inefficient off-stream. It's like I have to have two different decks, one for on-stream, one for off-stream. Which makes me a little sad, but I guess that comes with the territory. Okay. What do we got? I'm checking out the Feed the Beast website. They just have such great mod packs. Okay, Minecraft version. Let's see the latest. 19.2. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna be great. Did I not save the name? Well, I don't know which one is which, so I picked that one. Yeah. Curious to see what mods are available for like 1.19. That is more than I expected. Gonna have to search that one later. Alright, starting hands. Keep that. I'll get rid of this. That's a reasonable starting hand. A few turns before I can do anything, but nevertheless. The new Minecraft snapshot looks pretty modded. The mods, the Mojang has been, not gonna say copying, but taking a great deal of inspiration from mods. And that's a good thing. It has removed the need for many mods for things. Direwolf 20. It's a name you've not heard of a long time. Man still does stuff. Man's crazy. Like, he goes deep into it. It's great. Can we turn the iguana into a card? That'd be cool. You love Dyer? He does great content, you know. Like, actually good stuff. He gets deep into the tech and the mechanics. It's amazing. Hello. He's got the double scout opener. Tactical units, they retreat. But I can get this up and keep it alive. Ooh, hero marauders. Dyer is a good human being. You like him? I like him as well. Never played with the guy, but you know, I enjoy his stuff. Alright, let's cast another one. How about this first? That was close. Oh, they have DT. Our detector is all the way over here. Okay. I was wondering what's going on. The DTs ran past the detection. We didn't. No one killed it. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. You see, units heading north. Where did they go? These are crazies. These are. So these units are unique, in that when they take damage, they attempt to escape, and if they escape, they go back into the owner's hand. Rather than being killed off, which is quite cool, I think. Okay, let me do. Yeah, let's cast one of these here. I should have cast this as well. That's a mistake on me. You see, this is the unit that escaped off the edge last round, and he just replayed it. Alright, so I need to do a few things. 1, 2, 3. Get these online and operational. The Minecrafters got out of hiatus too recently. They're freshening up their AE2 tutorials. Is there anything to freshen up there? It's not exactly a new thing. As far as I'm aware, it hasn't had meaningful updates. Like, I know people want new things, even if there's nothing new, but nevertheless. Is there actually something to update there? He hasn't gotten stealth yet. However, he can guarantee the stealth if he nails it, if he does it this turn. And it's kind of far back, which is terrifying. Lots of new stuff, apparently. Really? Ah, he did it this turn. Oh no. That's one of the things about Applied Energistics. It hasn't had meaningful updates, like in terms of content or anything. It's just been staying alive, which is fine. It's usually how things go, but it's just good to keep an eye out for. We really need to keep these alive. we not have an observer? Alright, I'm going to remove one of their creatures. Alright, well, at least the shield generators mostly survived. Lots of new stuff, apparently. Oh, you know what? I'm okay with that. Gives me something else to try out. I'm likely to still prefer refined storage, but that's just because it's by design meant to be more free. Free from restrictions. And I'm keen to be free from restrictions, because I know how to wield that power. Not playing anything this turn. Oh, that's a good one. You're going to be holding this line for a while. I'm going to hang on to mine. We haven't played Scholars, have we? Nope. And Feedback. Okay. Nice. Feedback, there's a lot of work here. Rip Tempests. They will be really missed. Alright. Cast these two. What does he want to attack? Oh, he's killing it. Nice. Goodbye, Phoenix Port. This is what Storm is for. Clear these guys out real quick. Alright, so it has killed off most of his stuff, which is amazing. I need this. I want this. And do I spend this? No. Not this turn. This scout has 12 kills, which is going to be mostly air units, because it's primarily an air-to-air interceptor. And it's just doing good work. Oof. Alright, so it looks like we're running out of energy. Which is understandable. These Tempests are gonna wreck us. I should be able to play... Did I already double it? No. Yep, there's the second one. I think the Tempest will finally clear out my scout. Which is... it is what it is. Alright, sweet. If I were to cast... it's 300. Remove this guy. If it wasn't for the Psionic Disruptor, I'd be able to double cast here. Alas, here we are. This will help the most. There we go. That's an appropriate use. Man, yeah. The casts on this are a little bit rough, aren't they? Alright, we need to deal with those air units, and we don't have a good way of dealing with them. Size Storm will help. No structures remaining. It's so sad to see. We don't vortex here. Not now. I do need to cast something. I think that something will be... I can't. I got 2 card draw in hand. I'll cast one of these. I think he's already played his other air support, so that's just... You can't Carrix. Oh no, he's Terran. Oh, hello. I mean, I'm okay with this. Matters not to me. Nope. Bring our hand back up to 8 cards. You've not been paying full attention due to coding. Understandable. They killed our detectors. Get mechanical units back in hand. Yes, I'm familiar with Swan. Let's bring this guy online. This is bad. Alright, let's try to break before that starts becoming a bigger problem. Unfortunately, we did not manage to push forward any, so Tempest is gonna die. It's gonna be terrible. They do have detection nearby. So I can't break these things. And they're about to start spamming units like crazy. It's not ideally the place we want to be. Sadness. Oh, we'll burn the bunker down. I guess I can cast... I can't cast this. Because we're tapped on Eco. Okay. This may buy us a few seconds of time. Does not appear to be doing much, which is understandable. Cannot cast a big spell because blocked. And this will do nothing except to clear a spot in my hand. And so that was the end. That'll be the end of this. Well played, well played. I don't know that there is a counter to Krag's strategy. It is quite the good. He's modified his deck to make it more consistent so he can land that. It's working well for him. It's working well for him. The only counterplay is physically walking over to their base while having detection. I have had detection many a time, but walking over to the base is another problem. That's not something I can do alone. And that's also something my deck is not particularly good at doing. It really doesn't help that it really doesn't help that it is a building and therefore is never prioritized. As you've seen multiple times, we have had it behind our lines, like our units, and our units are still not attacking it because there are other units within line of sight. I'm pretty sure double nuke kills it. It does not. Well, it can. If it is placed in the center of the lane, it can. Generally speaking, it doesn't kill. Most of the time. Like, you have to have it placed in the... It has to get RNG'd basically into the middle of the lane. And also... It costs 8 minerals. It does cost 8 minerals, yes. Which is another problem. It also has the problem of, yes, it will be ignite. It'll survive with ignite. But most of the time you'll have SCVs available, which most of the time isn't the right quantifier. But still. Even if the so it almost never, the nuke almost never destroys it outright is the thing. It needs to damage it and let it burn down. So if there are SCVs, then even if you land the nuke, it doesn't kill it, is the thing. Is what I'm trying to say. Bum, bum, bum. Still the shock division. Good! You deserve it. I have multiple buildings already. Big scary. Do, 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 do. And they are casting building destruction. Also scary. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Bam, bam. Alright. These are mostly things spawned by the structures, which is a bad sign for us. Bum, 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 ba, dum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, well, unfortunately, none of our units out here have shields because it's only Zerg units out here. That's going to change in a moment, though. Okay, so now we have a single scout and 7 shield batteries to keep it alive. Oh dear. Let's go. Notice number of cards require more than 3 gas, but don't mention a gas reduction mechanic. There are ways of increasing your gas, as well as there are also ways of decreasing the cost of cards, including gas. This guy tanking so much damage, and it's not enough. Did he not cast? Oh, green pawn. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we'll storm this. I need to reduce the damage output against the scout here, or it's going to die. And it is the primary thing keeping us alive right now. Cards that give temporary gas exist? Yes, there are also cards that give temporary gas. Alright. Storm clean up the ground, Scout clean up the air. Good, good. I think we don't lose our lurker if it goes here. Because the Tempest will kill this quite quickly and the DT will face tank Artanis. Yep, lived to 26 HP. That's another photon cannon. Oh, so close. Is Artanis still alive? Not for long, he isn't. Alright. That's a Thor, isn't it? Or an Odin. Yeah, let's stop that from happening. Because I haven't cast one yet. Good, good. Good evening, Guacamole. Welcome to chat. Air support? Ah, the Thor lives. Okay. Greg didn't get his Sonic Disruptor up in time. Yep. You will be missed. Unless it gets distracted. Oh my god, it got distracted. Okay. So the problem is that, unfortunately, it got distracted for the same reasons that the Thor got distracted, and the Thor was a bit higher priority target. Which is really rather unpleasant. This dude seriously survived. Okay. If he manages to keep it alive, because this Odin will straight up kill this thing, like in a 1v1. Oh, he kept it alive. He healed it. That's good. Okay, now it wins his support. Good. Push into it. Great, love to see it. They have so many cannons. Okay, let's get this rolling. Is there anything else I need to cast here? Not this turn. Okay, let's go. Just finish some sewing projects. Hey. That sounds enjoyable. Ooh, it lived with 13 HP. Alright, they have no spellcasters on the field. We are in their base. Crag hasn't managed to draw his Sonic Disruptor. Which is just good for us. Let's get this guy rolling while we can. The shield batteries survived that madness, which is nice. The queen is here. Oh, well, there's the side disruptor. Alright then. It would be interesting if there was a building that prevented the no deck struggle damage from occurring, or at least reduce it. There is no building that directly stops it, like explicitly, but there are things you can do to go infinite. This deck is one of them. I'm going to cast this here. They still don't have any real spellcasters. I think we killed off the last of their sentries. So we have an opportunity to, like our units, it's invisible so we can't see it, which is bad. I probably should have cast Sonic Orb when I had an opportunity. Just to get it out of hand. They don't have any spellcasters, I don't need to feed back. Thank you. We're still an entire turn and a half out. So we need to hold this line for a substantial amount of time. But I do have anti-structure here, so we should be doing this quite well. Bring me back up to 8 cards. Excellent. Did I get... I did. But I haven't gained my... Okay. Oh, hello. I'm okay with this. New big boy, let's go. Hey, nice. Tahaka doing Tahaka things. You'll love to see it. And this should give me more to play with. Alright, so this turn... Oh my god, they're defensive units, so they won't... You got detector! The wrong detectors, Crazy Mouse! They can't detect across the map! It's okay. I'm bringing a detector myself. There we go. Now we can see it, and we got it. They're mutable overlords. Good job, good job. I will burn a card if I play this. So I will do this and feedback. Big boy Dahaka. Yeah. Oh, that's a nuke. Luckily, my shield battery survived that. This is what we call value. That's 3, 4, and 4. So that's... Oh my, we got 11 building kills. These things have killed 11 buildings. That's beautiful. You'll love to see it. Oh, they broke, I think, 2 of the shield batteries, but they'll get healed up here pretty quickly. Yeah. Built a deck that's not vulnerable to specifically the one thing they were doing. Or at least one of the things they were doing. And it works incredibly well. At least much more effectively. You'll love to see it. Feels so good. Okay. You know, I'm still tempted to pick up Star Citizen. I'm still quite tempted to pick up Star Citizen. Just because, well, in part because my brother and I can play it together. I also have a couple of friends that have been playing the game. And in part because it's a space game, and I like space games. Speaking of space games, Infinity Battlescape's got some more updates. No Crag this time. Crag, no! You'll be missed. So the question is, which control deck? I'm going to play with the new control deck anyways. As much as I am convinced that the old control deck will perform better in a random lobby, I still want to test out the new one just to see how well it works. Because we auto-joined into a 5 out of 6 lobby. I'm still going to play the new deck. Chrono Sentry. So I'm pretty much hard mulliganing here for chrono such. I'm pretty sure it's just because we keep playing the same 8 players. Yeah, it's definitely related. Or it's 6 players. Yeah, it's kind of my point. Like the decks at this point are quite adept at building again, at working well versus what I've got. That is a lot of units. So all 3 players on their team spawned a hefty chunk of units out the gate here. That's unfortunate for us, and I've got nothing. Fat nothing. Alright, well, to work on that. If only I had my DTs. These will... Oh my god, that is so many units. They've got rushdown decks. This is what rushdown decks look like. Okay. Give me a new card to draw, please. I'm probably going to have to play Queen and Pawn just to have a unit on the field. That's so many units. Storm would be so good right now. Any of the storms would be so good right now. They're just shield battery. They're just being a shield battery for each other. Oh, that's a lot of DPS. Well, once it goes down, that's going to be the end of that. Okay. Mind Blast. Not amazing. Well, I'm going to Queen and Pawn. So I can have some units and hope that we don't die between now and then. Ooh. They're trying for it. This should pull some aggro as well. Or not. They might stasis again. How many spellcasters do they have? Some. I'm going to Solar Ray here. Deal with the battle cruiser. Come on, break up! This is bad. There's gonna be banelings detonating all over us. Okay, so we cleared out the sentries. No more of that. Let me get Simate. Let me cast Saboteurs, actually. So they don't have detection, and they are over there. This will get DT on the fields, as well as some damage done to them. Every baneling that dies is going to deal incidental splash damage to our nexus, or to our base here. They do have a stealth unit on the field. It's a problem, and I don't have a solution to it. Feedback, it is a spellcaster, but it's a ghost. So, but feedback won't target invisible units because I can't see it. I don't need to cast Shield Matrix here. I think I just need to cast Storm and hope it's enough. Because we are close. Alright, there we go. Wow, 198 HP in a dream. I think this ghost is still here, which may just kill us. And we don't have a way of detecting it at this point in time. This is still here. He's got another one. Please get distracted shooting a unit or something. Is it dead? I think it died to the storms. Should be convenient. He's got more. Right, they finally got detection on the field in the form of this structure. They got an overseer as well. Alright. Mind Blast into Revelation for the card draw. Whew. Alright, I've removed Eyes of the Overmind. The biggest creature they had was an Overseer. Okay. It must have gotten engorged or something. Shield batteries. They have no spellcasters, so no need for feedback. We are pushing fairly substantially here. We've got a couple big units, Kerrigan full HP, and buffed Hybrid Nemesis. What we don't have is detection. They've got some ghosts and a Dark Templar on the way. We do have detection. I'm going to cast cast Perimeter Scouts anyways. And feedback, because I don't want these things dealing EMP or anything terrible to us. Let's go. That's an Amon. Well, we thought we had a good chance here. I've got I'm sitting on Vortex. Is it even worth using Sonic Chaos here? I think I don't cast anything. Carpi. I don't know what that is. Oh, Carabus. I guess we're going to try to break this. I do have scouts here. We've got 2 Brood Queens. We might be able to punch through Amon here, but it's got to be painful, to say the least. Oh, they have Scourge coming up and ready. Hit it with the Yamato. Alright, I think we just break Amon here anyways. Will Revelation resolve first so the cloaked units can be targeted by spells cast at the same time? Yeah, so... No? Wait a minute. Yes it does. Yes, it does. Alright, so that went from us dying to... I don't see how they come back from this. We have a Hyperion and an Omega Leviathan here with my own Queen of Blades here and a Heroic Dragoon and a Heroic... We have like 4 heroes, 5 heroes, a couple spellcasters, beefed up... Okay, yeah. That was... Whew, that was close. That was real close. Okay. Once more into the fray. You'll love to see it. The Asgard send hero overseers? Yes, they are heroic overseers. I just didn't expect them to be beefier than the, what was it? The Wrathwalker. The Wrathwalker is like 250, 100. Which is, you know, 350 HP. So do you as a heroic overseer have 350 HP? Pretty certain it doesn't. That only had 300. Which would still leave the Wrathwalker targeted, but clearly I'm wrong. It must feel so bad to get your base down to a hair before losing themselves. Probably. That was rough. They had very aggressive decks with... they opened quite aggressively. Like, that's a they got lucky. Even on aggressive decks, you have to get lucky to have that kind of power. But... we also had to get lucky with the similar level of response just to survive. This is downside to rush decks. That is the downside to rush decks, yes. Alas, we punished him for it. Pure luck. Nevertheless, it was a good time. Alright, I want none of these in my hand. In this deck, we pretty much hard mulligan for Chrono anything. That's going to be Chrono Boost or Chrono Sentries. Like a hard mulligan. Got none of it. Great. Love to see it. Next. Oh, jeez. Marines and Medics with the Goliath. I'm going to pick up one Vespine Gas resource this turn, so I can potentially storm next turn if things get wild. At least I started with 2 storms. Yes, that is convenient. It's not unmanageable. It's just a little bit painful. Or it's I'm gonna say average luck rather than unlucky, which is nice. I can work with that. Oh, these are defensive units. Okay. Man's going. Looks like he's probably got a Marine heavy deck. I will probably cast these oracles just to get them out of hand. Oh, that is so many medics. Wow, 4 missile turrets. Okay. If that ultra, yeah, okay. Get shield matrix up. Rush decks are a bad time. Yeah, I'm not particularly scared of rush decks right now. I've got 2 flavors of storm in hand, so we're fine. I got big storm and less big storm. Long storm and wide storm. That's your ultra growing. I mean, 16 kills of mostly Marine medic is good. Gas predictive network here, so I can reveal that wraith. The oracles themselves are gonna die super hard because there's too many structures here for them to handle. But we've revealed the wraith. Oh no, these will cloak. Oh, we have a detector on the field. Good. It can pull back behind things. This is a storm hand, I think. Which one is the question? Do we go wide storm? Because we don't need all that much to deal with the Marines. Next turn we Fearless Raiders. Yeah, okay. Clean that up real good. Oracles come in for the final bit. We've got detection on the field, so we can clean up those wraiths. The oracles immediately die to bunkers, which you'll love to see it. Let's see. Fearless Raiders. Probably likely do perimeter scouts and repair station next turn. This man's only got a barracks. Alright, well, rip our structure. No, the Hydrate. You'll be missed. I already missed Crazy's ultimate ultra. Alright. 2. I don't have 8, so I can't cast that. Could cast Lurker. Let's clear the hand a little bit, yeah. Just double these up. These brood lords are going to perform very well versus these structures. And we have SCVs to repair creatures. It's gonna be good. More perimeter scouts. I think I want to get rid of this engineering bay, as this guy gives biological units plus 15% damage and plus 1 armor, and I don't like that. I don't like that being here, more accurately. There is a siege tank, a shock division. I want it gone, but that's not going to be a this turn thing. Oof. Rip the old... Alright. Lunker got exterminated by something. Was it the siege tank? Surely it had to have been the siege tank because it's sieged up, so that's gone. Let's see, shield batteries, scouts, revelation. They don't have any cards on the field. Seeker Mine. Seeker Mine doesn't one-shot lurkers. It had to have been scouted by something, like detected by something, and I didn't notice what detected it. And it's... I didn't see what happened to it, but the siege tank was sieged up, which doesn't happen if there's nothing to see. So it was detected at some point, probably got hit by the Seeker missile because of that, and finished by the siege tank. I'm gonna storm this. Raven, the ravens that cast the missiles here are not, they don't have detection. They're not like actual units, they're more of an animation. They don't have detection, they don't have a hitbox, they can't be targeted, they're just an animation that exists. Despite being a raven. Hello there, the American Ace, welcome in. Is there anything here that I need to worry about? Not really. Tempted to cast Mind Blast anyways, but I think it's probably not a good use. We'll just hold. Like all those units that you see here that spawn, cast a spell, and walk away, they don't have a hitbox. Like these guys, for example. These are the ones that were casting my Sonic Storms. They don't do anything. Same thing with this guy and this guy. Despite being units, they aren't targetable or selectable or interactable in any way. Let's see, what do we have here? Hydras from behind, big scary. I'll cast Sabotage. This will be in detection range of this guy, maybe even this guy. But we're bullying them hard enough, I don't think it's going to matter. Yeah, they don't have anything to kill it, so despite being visible, they lose it anyways. And that's going to be the end. Not this turn. So is there something else I need to do? I think not. I'm just going to cast these two in case they spawn things. I remove their shock troops from the game. We win anyways. So they definitely clear us out here. Oh no, there's Banelings. Banelings will incidentally splash, and that's the end of that. Well done, well done. Okay. Very, very well done. Ah, yes. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great live stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you guys over to a friend of mine. We can go on a quick raiding trip. For those on Twitch. Did he just literally log offline when... What's going on here? I see you online. Why are you not registering on the list of things I can do? There we go. Okay. Excellent. So we're going to wind it down here. It's been a great live stream. I'm looking forward to playing some more. But for now, have a good night, everyone. And I'll see you guys later.